Hello everybody, welcome back to Sector 1. We are here tonight for some Category 1 racing action around All Saints Village.
Let's go. I wake up to a little bit of drool on my pillow, feel like it's gonna be a bad day. Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit yet, damn, ain't that great. I don't wanna go to work, cause my boss is a jerk, and I'm not even that paid. I need a change in my life, cause I don't feel alive, and there's nothing that makes me happy. Hold my beer for a minute, I'm about to quit my job, cash in for a ticket. I'm going on a trip and I don't plan to visit. I'm gonna stay there till I feel like I'm winning all. And this is just the beginning, I need a big change, only feels like living. I need a big swing, home runs I'm hitting, and I'll never look back, moving on till I get it all. And we all got dreams, we all want things. But what you gonna do for it, how you gonna move for it, what you gonna be? And do you believe you can do anything? But what you gonna do for it, how you gonna move for it, what you gonna be?
Hello everybody, welcome back to Sector 1.
He goes second two! Oh my goodness!
Geez, you went wide.
Oh, he's run wide and goes fast!
Oh my!
Oh no! No! You can't do that!
You see that steering wheel pull back nerves.
Fuzzy is somehow keeping it on the track surface! It's a spectacular drive and he will take his first win in the top flight of Sector 1.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, cats and dogs. Welcome back to Sector 1 Sim Racing here live on YouTube. My name is Carbon Boy and I will be your host for this evening. And this evening's action is going to be coming from no other place than the holy grail of motorsport in Australia, and that is the mighty Mt Panorama in Bathurst, New South Wales. Now, being round 5 of our Season 12 Legacy Series, it is also our endurance round. So what that means for the drivers tonight is 90 minutes at the words are difficult. At the mighty Mt Panorama, and so I'm sure we will see a multitude of different strategies as well as different interpretations of car setups. Now, joining me first up tonight in the comms box is our Category 1B race director, Mr. Lambinator himself. How are we this evening?
Not too bad, Carbon Boy. How are you?
I am doing very well. Probably not as excited about the Bathurst round as yourself, I presume.
No. It's always a privilege to be racing at Bathurst, and I get a little bit too excited about it.
Which is
I might
probably
need some rating in, so let me know.
Which is probably the opposite of myself. I am less than a fan of this place, whereas yourself. Yes, definitely needs to be held in check in terms of the levels of excitement. But that's okay. Now, before we get too far into things tonight, we'll have a quick hello to the early birds in the chat. For those of you watching log on stream, hello. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Mr. Archangel, g'day. I believe he is also filling in for team points tonight, but I will get to that in a moment. Mr. Aussie Sim Racing, a pleasure to have you on board here again. Mr. Greggs is filling up his popcorn bowl. Stranger says hello. Nice to have you all with us tonight. Now, we will, while our lobby is getting set up, as they've just finished the final safety car test, we will have a little bit of a look-see over the points thus far this season. But first of all, we will check out the current teams' points standings, which, At the moment, leading the way on 467 points is none other than a Black Rose Racing. They are having an absolutely standout season so far, and they are definitely looking like they are the outfit to be stopped. Second on the table at the moment is a Dadson Racing team on 415.5. Not that far behind is a Doghouse on 389.5. A little bit further down is a CP Motorsports on 359, being chased by Lightning Motorsport on 311.5. Hot on the heels is the current Teams Point champion of Kraken Esports on 310.5. Nipping at their heels are my boys over at APR Motorsport on 308.5. Being closely chased by the fellow Taswegians of Blacklight Motorsport of 304 points. Not to be outdone is a Zero Turn on 301.5. Thunder Motorsport on 299. It's getting very, very tight there in the mid-pack. Got Thunder Motorsport on 299, Barocky 05 at 281.5, Hooncorp 243.5, Jamco on 232, and followed up by Hyperdrive on 161.5 points. Now we will take a look at the drivers' points as well tonight. And looking at category 1B, leading the way for Black Rose Racing is a Kiwi Matt on 145.5 points. Closely followed by Stickers, the Lightning Motorsport TO on 108. Got Evil Evo from Doghouse on 102. Warbo from Dadson Racing on 99.5, followed by his teammate and team owner, Mr. Dadson, on 92.5. A little bit of a gap back to Boy Bagoom at Black Rose Racing, although having said that, he did miss a round earlier in the season, so certainly working hard to make up that deficit. In 7th, we've got Mr. Bumcrack, the Kraken Esports team owner, on 75.5, with a Big J from Lightning Motorsport on 72 points. D. Reed from Doghouse in 9th on 67.5. And we've got Baker Boy from CP and Danico from Hooncorp tied in 10th and 11th respectively on 53 points. Then we've got Armands from Hooncorp on 21 points, tied with Giffo from Jamco Racing on 21. And unfortunately, checking out of the season is Mr. Budsy for Hyperdrive, but they will have their team owner Archangel filling in tonight for team points to at least be able to get them those points on the board. Also, while we are here, we shall have a look at the track map for the Mt Panorama, the mighty Bathurst. 6.213, very specific there, kilometres long, 23 turns. Now we are running our normal qualifying format of 10 minutes, but tonight it is the endurance round, so it will be a 90-minute race. And also worth mentioning that being the endurance round, it is double points tonight. So it will definitely have a massive outcome on the point standings so far this season if a certain driver is able to get a decent result here tonight. Now we're running a 2 times tyre wear, 3 times fuel usage with a 4 litres a second refill rate. All 3 compounds of tyre are available. Now, we've got a couple of different strategies. You can run a 3-stop on the mediums, or you can run a slightly mixed 3-stop using the soft compound of tyres. It does look like that the 3-stop strategy in terms of fuel is the way to go, which makes me tend to believe that the hard compound tyre may not get a run tonight, even though it is available. Just seeing that I'm getting the feeling that the drivers will run out of fuel long before they run out of tyre. But who knows? Sector 1 is well renowned for proving me wrong on multiple levels, on multiple occasions. So yeah, we shall see what the drivers decide to pull out of the hat tonight.
I don't think the hard tyres are going to get any sort of a run. Apparently they're not great to be on here, and any sort of benefit of not changing tyres in the stop will be overtaken by any softer compound with their faster lap time over the course of the aggregate lap times of the race anyway.
Okay, so the general consensus is the hard tyres can get into the bin.
Yes, or not even be brought to the track.
Right, so, well, they've been brought to the track, but they're probably just going to get stashed in the corner of the pit garage and used as chairs by the sound of it.
Right next to the D's Fuel Man.
Yes, sitting there in retirement at the moment. Say hello to Mr. Dobrev joining us in the chat. Good evening, and also congratulations to Mr. Dobrev for his inaugural win in Sector 1 last week at Yas Marina. He's been a stalwart of Sector 1 for a number of seasons now, and finally cracking his first standing on the top step of the podium. Definitely a big congratulations to you, Mr. Dobrev. Rudzi putting in plenty of support for his Black Rose teammates in the chat. Speaking of chat, that's probably been more than enough for me, so what do you say we punch that big button and let's kick qualifying in the guts so we can get this race on the road?
Alrighty, let's get it on.
It's also worth mentioning that being the endurance round and the Bathurst round, it is also a retro round, so you won't have to be particularly keen-eyed to notice that there will be some very different liveries on the track tonight, and we shall go through those as best as we can. There's been a lot of inspiration taken from both V8 Supercars, Group A, and of course some Formula 1 inspiration as well for the livery. So the livery lords have certainly been very, very busy in the last couple of weeks, and they have put out some absolutely fantastic efforts here tonight. So leading, well, no, everything's gone a bit messy in terms of timing. So out first on track for Lightning Motorsport is Big J. Now the Lightning Motorsport livery has been inspired by Bob Morris's 1979 Holden Tirana. Now I'm not going to provide any more information. You guys and girls can do some googling on your own, and
no, I can do that. I'm actually prepared. That's actually the Bob Morris A9X Championship winner.
I meant
1979.
To get an idea of what the Tirana looks like, but that's all right. We've got Danico second on track in well, Hooncorp have gone the CP Motorsport route in terms of retro round liveries, and that is to say that they are being retro and running the same livery as the rest of the season, which is fine. And then we've got Warbo from Dadson Racing, the Corvette in a slightly different version of a black and gold this week. That has been inspired by Alan Grice's 1977 A9X Tirana. So a lot of Tirana love here on the grid tonight. And we've got Evil Evo for Doghouse Motorsport with the better electrical inspired version of, if I can just find it because I write this stuff down. He's inspired by the 888 Motorsport car, so it was a better electrical sponsored Ford Falcon that is a 2006 Bathurst winner, driven by Craig Lowndes and Jamie Wincup. So there you go. Pretending like I know all about motorsport there. Hopefully I managed to sound convincing.
It is the second AAA livery. I mean, they typically run the Doghouse Red Bull inspired livery, so if these guys are any more triple eight, I reckon my number plate's going to be under threat for Sector 1.
There we've got fifth on the track is the Dadson team owner himself, Mr. Dadson, in that beautiful gold, white and black Corvette. And of course we've got Stickers, the Lightning Motorsport team owner, just scuffing up that livery a little bit as he comes across the top of the mountain, that beautiful Tirana inspired livery. Then we've got Mr. Bumcrack, the Kraken Esports team owner, in the Dick Johnson Racing inspired Mercedes livery.
Shell Helix. Shell Helix 2004-5 livery.
That's the one. He's also running a slight variation, a yellow version and a red version to basically even it out. He couldn't decide which one he liked best, so he just went, you know what, let's just do both. And we've got D. Reed in the second Doghouse Motorsport Corvette. We've got Kiwi Matt for Black Rose Racing in the Jaguar Formula 1 inspired livery. Very, very simple modification to the existing Black Rose livery, but very, very effective, and I must say it works very, very well.
Yeah, black off, green on, and he's channeling Eddie Irvine vibes tonight.
Must say a big welcome back to the grid for Mr. Niff, jumping into the CP Motorsports Mercedes. Unfortunately, one of the CP drivers, Mr. Baker Boy, had to bow out of the season due to real life circumstances, which opened up the spot for Niff to make well, I'm not sure if it's a permanent or temporary return at this stage, but he's back for now, and back with a vengeance at the moment, because he is currently second on the grid, and I have completely lost track of what drivers I have done and what I haven't, because I'm talking too much. But either way, let's kick back down to Danico, currently in fourth for Hooncorp in the CP style retro livery. And then we've got also Mr. Boy Bagum, the second Black Rose driver. And I'm pretty sure we have not yet covered Mr. Armans, the second Hooncorp driver there. We've got also Archangel stepping in for his team points tonight in the lone Aston Martin on the grid. Also,
Bumcrack, he's in the wall at the top of the hill, and he's stopped hard. I don't know if that's a failure on his part or hardware failure or something, but that's not great.
Currently at the top of the timesheets and looking very threatening is Dadson, with dropping a 2:03 flat. Now, if you don't mind, that is definitely up there with some of the Category 1A drivers' times I saw being dropped in the lobby this afternoon. So it's a little bit scary that he is dropping that kind of pace as he ducks into the pits at the end of lap 3. So it looks like the strategy here is outlap, flyer, pit, and then possibly outlap and flyer, and that'll be a job done. Very similar to the qualifying strategy as Yas Marina last round.
Unfortunately, with the 2-minute lap, it doesn't give much time to have too much of flexibility in terms of coming in for the tyres. You're only going to get one shot at it and hope that you can do the best of what you got. What's interesting is that Neff has gone around for another lap. He's sitting on 2:03.127 behind Dadson there, only 0.066 off of his time. I'm not sure whether he's hoping to just smack on and keep with the heat that he's got in his tyres at the moment, but he was blue as he came under the first sector. Bluebegum in the F1 Jag, sitting in third, only 0.3 behind, with a 2:03.352. Kiwi Matt isn't too far behind that either, another half a second. Danico, he's 0.8, sitting in fifth. Evil Evo is about a second behind. So the Corvette's really don't have an excuse to sitting at the top of the time charts at the moment, so the Doghouse boys had better extract a finger. Warbo is sitting 1.3 behind, probably just couldn't get the lap he needed to. D. Reed in 8th, he currently has a 3-second penalty, so this lap, if it is a lap for him, no, it's an out lap, so he should be fine, that won't be a problem for him. Mr. Buncrack is sitting on 204.614, 1.5 seconds behind. Armin's behind him is 3.8 seconds and a 3-second penalty, but he's on an out lap, so that won't hurt too hard. Angel just behind him, sitting on 209. He's going to have to get his act together if he wants to try and make any sort of dent on the timesheets. And the boss, Stickers, currently doing a 212, 9.5 seconds behind. I did see him slow on the main straight, on the pit straight. He had something going on there, probably just letting everybody pass to get some clear air. And Big J hasn't set a time yet. Come on, my teammate needs to get it on. I don't know what's going on there. Come on, Big J. He's coming across the line, setting his first lap, sitting at a 2:04.051, up 6th.
Thank you very much there, Laminated. I'm just thinking we might just jump on board the Dadson Racing Corvette, as he is purple going up Mountain Straight, riding on board.
That's ominous.
Return to up the mountain towards the cutting. Got to be very careful under brakes there, otherwise you will just understeer straight into the outside concrete wall, which I can confirm is very solid and does not move.
A little bit hesitant under the tree there. That's wasn't expecting that. I thought a little bit more throttle. Oh no, Danico's right in the way. Let's hope that doesn't affect his lap time.
Oh, that's a little bit of a pucker moment there with traffic coming across the top of the mountain, bit wide through Skyline. I think that has cooked his lap. He's 4/10 down. Oh, and he's gone. He's gone around. Can't park there, son. That's not good at all.
No, he can't park there, but he can have an accident wherever he wants, though.
Indeed, indeed. So I think that will be... Oh, look out as we've...
Neff is 0.2 up coming into the chase.
Might just stick with him there. Can he knock Dadson off the top step, or off the front
A little bit slow.
spot on the grid? He's already on the front row.
He's already on the front row. Let's see if he's going to knock him off. Solid under brakes. Tips it in.
What can he do? Can he go sub 203? Oh, he's just lost a little bit of time there in the final corner.
Neff, if you'd only pit for tyres, mate, his front right is half worn. That was ominous.
So Dadson's done, Niff is done, Boybagum's finished, Evil Evo's put himself up into, well, was 4th, has been slapped back down to 5th by Big J. Kiwi Matt crosses the line, he's done in 5th. So it's all looking fairly done and dusted here so far.
Stickers coming out of the chase now. I haven't seen his split, but with low fuel and decent tyres, he should have a decent crack at this. Recovering from a little bit of surgery, so maybe that's impacted the feet. 202, 203, 204.
There we go,
Up
into 8th. And I think we just have one more driver, if I'm not mistaken.
Dadson, I think it was, and here's across.
I must have been mistaken. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is our Category 1B qualifying run and done. So let's have a quick recap of those qualifying results. Thanks to Adelaide Ceramic Coatings, on the front row of the grid is a Dadson with a 203.081, which, if you don't mind, is very, very bloody quick. And I think all the rest of these guys should be very, very mindful of what that Corvette is capable of. But it's a very nice mix up the front, because we've got the Mercedes from Niff in P2. And on the second row of the grid is the Jag of Mr. Boybagum and the Mercedes of Big J. Third row of the grid is occupied by Evil Evo in the Doghouse Corvette, with Kiwi Matt in the Black Rose, or in this case, now Green Rose, Jag F-Type. Fourth row of the grid is the Hooncorp Mercedes with the Lightning Motorsport Mercedes. So it's an all Mercedes fourth row. Something Formula One. Fifth row of the grid is an all Corvette affair with D. Reed from Doghouse and Warbo from Dadson. On the sixth row of the grid, it's an all Mercedes affair with Mr. Bumcrack and Mr. Armands. And then in our final spot on the grid, 14 points tonight, is Mr. Archangel in the lone Aston Martin. And also absent tonight is the Jamco Racing team owner, Mr. Giffo. I do believe he had other commitments on this week in real life, so that explains his absence. And he's also had, I believe, some electronic issues in terms of some other people gaining access to accounts that really shouldn't have access to them. So wishing him all the best in getting that situation under control and getting himself back to where he should be. So what are your thoughts there, Mr. Laminator? What, any big surprises coming out of that qualifying for you?
To be honest, yes. I was not expecting a Merc to be on the second row. On the first row in second, and taking it to the bed. So that was a surprise. And from what I saw in the test starts, it was a little bit surprising to see the Mercs really taking it to the likes of the Corvette and the Jags. So maybe the Mercs are going to be a little bit more lethal here than what I thought, because I thought across the top of the mountain is where they're going to be the strongest, and you can't really make any moves there, and they were just going to get eaten on the straight. So I might be eating my words.
I think the Mercedes are showing very, very good, not just outright pace, but from what I've seen, although this may be tune and setup dependent, also showing a very, very good race pace as well. So even though the long straights of Bathurst may be very, very helpful to a car like the Corvette, going across the top of the mountain, the Mercedes might just be able to claw back enough of a time deficit to be able to keep themselves in the hunt, I would imagine. So people in the YouTube chat, drop in your podium place getters in no particular order, just your top three. Who do you think is going to be standing on the podium here tonight? And we've got Rudsy chucking in his fun facts of the evening. Now, I'm not sure how much fun this is going to be, but Australia is the only continent in the world without an active volcano. And you know what? I'm happy to be the only continent in the world without an active volcano. We got enough problems with the animals here. We don't need, like, exploding mountains to go with it. So we got enough snakes and spiders and things that want to kill you. We don't need liquid rock doing that as well, I don't think. Another one is Perth is the only city in the world which can have aircraft land in its CBD. From memory, it's also the most isolated capital city in the world. So, I mean, they've got enough space. You could probably park a 747 down the main street. And that's enough picking on Perth, I think. Don't get me started on Adelaide. Love you all. What do you say we give me something more relevant to talk about and get this racing underway, Mr. Laminator? What do you say?
Can do. They should be all ready. We've given them enough time, so they've had their own little pit stops of their own. If they're not, they'll have to try and do it in their own during the actual race. So,
ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've got your drinks refilled, your snacks refilled. I certainly have. Hopefully you've had a quick toilet break as well. Because get yourselves comfortable, strap in, and get yourselves ready for some exciting racing here at Mt Panorama over the next 90 minutes. And don't forget, we of course have Category 1A still yet to come. So We're in for the long haul here tonight.
That we are. We've hit the button. We now have 8 seconds.
Excellent. I've got Madrick jumping in with Matt Dadson Boybagum, whereas his teammate says Nif Boybagum and Dadson. So the Black Rose boys having only a slight difference of opinion, as we've got all of our cars on the grid.
Five lights. Revs are up. Is it going to be a gold start for Dadson?
Lights go green here at Mt Panorama, brought to you by Boxer Beauty. Is there any chaos into turn one? Little bit of touching, but to be expected with cars going side by side.
Into the wall. Bump crack is into the wall. That will be a safety car.
Rightio, safety car has been called. Very not the best way to start the race. But, all the drivers getting the message loud and clear about the safety car. Good to see.
Yep, no shenanigans going on. They've all just filed up line astern.
Nobody drastically reducing speed too much, causing accidents, which, look, it wouldn't have been the first time. We've seen this in a couple of practice starts, a couple of safety car practices. Good to see the drivers are all getting the hang of it. They all know what they're doing now. Alright, so this safety car also might affect some drivers' strategies in terms of fuel and tyre wear, because, well...
I actually didn't think of that, because it could be around about a 3-minute lap by the end of the lap, and that could change our lap counter, because obviously we are a timed race, not a lap race tonight.
That is correct. So there might be a few drivers and team managers struggling to reconfigure their strategy, or they might just take the what I like to call the carbon boy approach and say bugger it and just wing it.
Well, there is that too, but usually winging it means that the fuel tank at the end of it is not singing your praises. Everyone's doing 80 on the straights, behaving well, doing a little bit of side-to-side motion. Oh, we've had a bit of a crunch up here. Just as we were singing them.
Look, the side-to-side motion is, while it does kind of look good and makes you feel like you are a real driver, it has actually been proven in-game to do absolutely nothing in terms of maintaining a tyre temperature. So, gotta say, guys, honestly, don't recommend doing it, because all it does is... well, has great potential to cause accidents, but it is good to see that Armands and Bumcrack have caught back up, so we can give the drivers the green flag message and get them racing again.
Come on, Mr. Armands, catch up. There we go.
Now, of course, the leader of the race gets to determine when he drops the hammer, and Dadson has wasted no time punching it and getting himself off. Now, the protocol is all drivers must remain single file until after the apex of turn 1. Now, the intention of that is to avoid any, well, enthusiastic maneuvers into turn 1. As Nif is pulled out of the slipstream up Mountain Straight to go around the outside of Dadson, but the big Corvette in a straight line has said, I'll have none of that, thank you.
Went defensive, held him wide. It would have been interesting if Nif could have kept that around the outside of Griffiths.
Nif has made his intentions clear very, very early, and he is just keeping the pressure on Dadson at the moment. They can't get too cute though, because not too far behind is Big J. Just waiting in the wings right now, and also not that far back is Boy Bagum, and he is not a boy to be met. Well, he's not a man to be messed with.
Big J's made up some positions. I don't remember him being in third, currently having a brain fade as to where he actually started. If I'm not correct, it was sixth, so I think he's made up around about 3 positions. Kiwi Matt on Evil Evo into Forest Elbow. No, just wasn't able to get the launch out of the corner there, so he's going to drop back a little bit. Mr. Buncraker's made up a couple of positions from that virtual safety car.
Big J started P4.
Okay, so he's made up 1 position. I thought it was more than that. I'll just bolster my praises of my teammate a little bit more. Once again, Neff and Dadson going defensive and squeezing Neff on the outside of Murray's. Neff is having absolutely none of it. He is going for the inside on pit straight. He is going to make a meal of it at Hell Corner. Whether it's spaghetti bolognese all over the floor or whether it's in the sand traps is a different question.
Oh, he's doing his best impersonation of a lawnmower there. That could cost him, with Big J going through as well as Dadson back into the lead. Big J picking up P2.
A little bit surprising to see Big J back in the fight there straight away, and he's not mucking around that Corvette. I wonder if it's something in the tune with Dadson's setup. He just doesn't have that edge on the straight at the end of it over the Merc. So whether that's running a bit more downforce to make sure she's stable across the top of the mountain remains to be seen. Obviously, we don't have the setup sheets in front of us. Boybagum in fourth, watching Neff all over the back of Big J. Big J will have to keep his wits about him across the top of the mountain and hope that maybe he's going to get a bit dry, but probably fighting for position at the moment isn't the wisest idea. Let's face it, guys, we do have another hour and 24 minutes left in this race, so let's not get too hectic, and there's no virtual safety car applicable since we're past lap 1.
And thank you to Slappers mate in the chat telling me to get the virtual safety car screen off. I thought I had already pushed that button. Quite clearly I have not. Thank you for the heads up. We are back to our normal race screen. Taking a look with Boy Bagum, currently sitting in P4 with a somewhat healthy gap over Evil Evo, who is... He's the meat in a black rose sandwich right now, because he's got Kiwi Matt less than a second astern in P6. Danico P7, Stickers P8, Warbo P9. D-Reed down in P10. Mr. Bumcrack up into P11. It's improved from his less than ideal start. He was down in P13. He's managing to tag onto the back of the Doghouse Corvette, so that will certainly help his cause in a mountain straight. There's a beautiful shot of all those, well, let's just call them supercars at this stage, going up mountain straight.
So Neff managed to round up my teammate on the outside of Hell Corner. He went right the way around him and said bye-bye. So Neff is not mucking around here. He's going for Dadson again. He's already closing that gap down at 7 tenths, 6 tenths, and that's about to be 5 tenths. He is not mucking around. It's very interesting that Neff is really wanting to push this hard straight away. I don't know his tuning setup, but it seems to be pretty lethal at the moment, and I thought he might sit behind Dadson there and just save some fuel, but no, he's into it, and it's no longer about the timesheets or anything. He is on the back of Dadson. He is going to be hoping to get one hell of a launch out of Forest Elbow.
Just had a little bit of feedback about the audio levels in the YouTube chat, so I have done some tweaking, so let us know if you can hear Lambinator a little bit better now.
Dadson not pulling that much of a lead out the front there with Niff, but he's closing up under brakes, and Big J not to be let out of this fight. So these three guys, I think, are going to be fighting tonight for the top three positions. Boyvergum, not to be counted out, he's actually holding in there pretty well with a small gap back to Evil Evo of 1.70 seconds. Kiwi Matt, I thought was going to be a little bit further up this field, to be honest. He's in sticks, and I think he's going to try for a move for Evil Evo. No, he's going to back out of it. Might be just trying to save a little bit of fuel in that draft and see if he can jump him in the pit stop. Stickers and Warbo just a little bit behind their own little worlds of around about 1 second apiece each there. Danico trying to do something about Warbo. Whether he's just sitting there saving fuel again, that's remains to be seen. D Reed and Bumcrack is on the back of Reedy. He's making, whoa, we just had someone go smashing back through the field there. Who is that? That is Warbo. Bit of a cropper at the end of Griffin's there, and he's going to make his way back up into the cutting. So something's gone wrong with Warbo there. Don't know what it was. I didn't have my camera on him at the time, just a little bit too far in front. We've all done it. We've all done it. Niff and Dadson.
Sorry, I've just realised I've had my microphone muted. If I were to guess, I would say Warbo probably went a bit wide at Griffin's and ended up on the curb and then into the inside wall. Rightio. So, not the greatest for him.
Niff is really monster in the back of Dadson at the moment, and to be honest, this early in the race, I would be tempted to let Niff go if I was Dadson. Just hang in the back, save a bit of fuel, because it's clear that Niff, you're just going to be slowing yourself down. You're going to be leaving yourself open to Big J. I would say Dadson, let him go, hang on the back, play the long game here.
Now, Slappers, don't you worry, mate. The tyre and fuel update will be incoming very shortly. We haven't forgotten about that. I might have forgotten to take the virtual safety car screen off, but I have not forgotten about the APR tyre and fuel update. So don't stress, that will be coming, because I am just as intrigued as you are to see who's running what tyres and how they may or may not be suffering. If is still applying a massive amount of pressure to Dadson. Oh, that's ambitious. Puts the nose in just to say, hey mate, come on. I want to get by. I want to get this done. Or around the outside of Skyline. That's, look.
That'll make you suck air.
That's brave. That's very, very brave. Meanwhile, Big J's just sitting back, and he's probably thinking to himself, just wait for this to go off and I'll have both of them, if you don't mind.
That's how it's happened for me. My past two races at Bathurst, it's just been a case of they've fallen off the track in front of me and I've sailed on through and kept going. So Big J could be coming through with some big cookies here. Should Niff and Dadson decide that they're going to make sure the concrete walls are structurally integral.
Now, while this
also
might be
bringing Boyvergam back into the fight a little bit too.
This must be super frustrating for Niff, as well as super stressful for Dadson, as Niff just sends it there at Murray's.
Let him go, hang on the back. You don't want to be stressed out for over the next hour and 15 minutes. Just let it play out. You know, It's not always the worst thing to be leading, but it's also, not too bad to be sitting behind either.
It's worth mentioning that Niff is a controller user, so he will probably have a little bit of extra tyre wear compared to the rest of the guys on wheels, so No great surprise that he wants to get past so much, because he will probably have his tyres fall off a cliff a little bit earlier than the rest of them. And on that note, that is a fantastic way to segue into an APR tyre and fuel update, I think. So, Mr. Laminator, if you could take it away for us.
Well, the first thing I'll preface this with is I was expecting everyone to be starting on the same compound. That is not what's happened so far. So, up in first, we've got Niff. He's running mediums, just under half a tank. Probably around about maybe 10% wear. And you did say that he is a finger paddle user, and his tyres, according to Datsun's, are pretty much the same, and they're both on mediums. If anything, I would say Niff has a little bit better, so he's not doing too bad at the moment. That Corvette has just over half a tank. Bringing it back down to Big J, he's running softs, my teammate. I don't know what... Ooh, a little bit loose on Forest Elbow there. I don't know what the team meeting was there. I wasn't made aware that we were going to be running softs in our first stint. But he's just under half a tank, and currently has Boybegun giving him a big hassle, big hurry up on the outside, and probably actually send it at the chase. No, he's got it done, and he's just covering a little bit. Oh, another Black Rose sandwich coming in, has just been punted off. Wow. Guys, I'm trying to do a fuel and tyre update here. Stop racing so well. Big J, big loser out of that one, from 3rd to 5th. So since that's jumbled the order a little bit, I will go back up to Boybegun. He's currently on softs as well, but they're actually really hurting at the moment, just over half a tank. Probably around about maybe 20% wear, so about twice the wear of the medium runners in front of them. Kiwi Matt, around about the same in terms of tyre wear, slightly worse on fuel, just under half. Big J also just under half. His tyres are about identical with the Jags at the moment. Mercs are meant to have that slightly better tyre wear, not really showing it at the moment on the softs around Mt Panorama. Evil Evo, currently running in mediums, around about 10% wear, just under half a tank, just a smidge under half a tank. We've got Stickers, the Lonely Boss, with about 2 seconds either side of him. Actually 4 seconds behind now. Also on softs, but he's slightly doing a little bit better than Jay, just under half a tank. Danico, probably with just under 10% tyre wear. His tyres looking very well. Currently just under half a tank. D Reed on mediums, also around about maybe 10% tyre wear. Mediums are doing very well here at the moment, just under half a tank, and a little bit of brake across up the skyline there, so a little bit out of controls, a little bit more than what you want to be. We've got Mr. Bumcrake, who's currently on softs as well, getting close to 25% wear, using a lot more fuel compared to the rest of the field. He's nudging a quarter of a tank at the moment. Everybody else is just over or just under half a tank. So he's using all the tachometer. Yes, he is using all the tachometer. He's bought it. He's going to use it. Bulbo back in a Corvette on medium is looking very, very well with those tyres, just under 10%. Using a little bit more than the rest of the vets. Probably around about 5% more fuel wear, under half there, but not as bad as Mr. Bumcrake. We've got Almonds in 12th, and his tyres aren't looking as good, probably around about 15% wear on mediums. A little bit more than under half a tank there. And then we've got Archangel, who is also using all the revs. Noticing something very interesting, his gearbox tune, he's maxing out at 270 on Conrod. That's not great, so his gearbox setup is not great, and he's just chewing through the fuel. Currently on mediums, around about 20%. That close ratio gearbox has been a mistake for this round, but unfortunately you've got what you're going to once the loads have gone out, and that concludes our fuel and tyre update.
Thank you very much, Laminator, and thank you very much, APR Automotive. You are in safe hands. Back to the live action on track. Niff has been very, very busy while we've been doing that update. He's skipped out to nearly 3 seconds in front of Dadson, looking to make hay while the sun shines there. And Dadson now has a whole bunch of new pressure being applied by both of the Black Rose Racing boys in the form of Kiwi Matt Boybagum, hot on the rear bumper of the Dadson Corvette. I am a big fan of the black and gold on a Datsun car, not gonna lie.
Yes, it is. I've always loved the Datsun liveries. My favourite colour is gold, so when it's black and gold or white and gold, I'm McLovin it.
Also a big fan of their sponsors black and gold product, of which I have several cans tucked away in the back of my fridge, waiting for an appropriate moment to consume them. Now, if their sponsor would like any more cheeky plugs, I am open to persuasion, shall we say.
I see the Niff has checked out. Now he's gained a second just over this lap alone, so 3.5 seconds. Datsun back to second, being absolutely handed by Kiwi Matt. So obviously the pace of that Corvette probably falling off a little bit, but it could be the softs of the Black Rose cars that are starting to come into play now.
Niff is definitely not mucking around. He has just dropped his and the race's fastest lap with a 2:04.7. Now that's race pace on a medium, ladies and gentlemen. Just putting that into perspective. That is bloody fast.
Kiwi Matt just sent it up the inside of Datsun into Griffin's, and he's come out the other side, no contact, so obviously the Datsun car struggling a little bit now.
Beautiful. We'll see if we can catch that on our LJ Media action replay. If I can push the right buttons at the right time. There we go, in the slipstream, up Mount straight. Oh, Datsun has just left the door open just that little bit forceful, but he had the nose there, he had the right to the track, and Datsun just, all he could do is just let him go on through.
And Kiwi Matt has just said, thank you very much, I'm taking that, and rolling on with it, and one Datsun, another car, Rose sandwich.
I've been the meat in that sandwich before, because I've got both the Black Rose Category 2 drivers in my group. While they're all a bunch of good guys, very competitive guys on track, so it's always an intimidating feeling. And I'm going to say nothing but nice things because I got both of them in the YouTube chat at the moment. So.
And you've also got a race for the next week, so best to keep the friendly tones going for the time being.
100%, not just next week, but the rest of the season. So I'm going to be as nice as I can for as long as I can.
Oh, that's right. You don't enjoy Bathurst as much as I do. You think it's one of the greatest in the world, and I thought you were going to say yes. Next week's event will be fantastic, great, and I love Bathurst, but no.
I will keep my opinions to myself. Rightio, so Datsun is choosing to respond to Niff's fastest lap, dropping a purple sector, going up Mountain Straight. It's just holding on to that P3.
It's just rendered up my teammate. The Corvette on those mediums is starting to words are hard. Starting to round up the soft runners, one of them being Big J in the Merc, and
I did just see that. We'll have a look at that on the replay. Did see the change in position. See it? Evil Evo just pulled almost the exact same move. Pop it up the inside at the end of Mountain Straight into turn 2. Is that Griffin's?
Yes.
Yes! I can remember corner names. I did a thing.
Just got another 23 to go.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4. Keep going till I get to 23.
I open the door, you walk through it.
Yes. Just checking in with Mr. Stickers at the moment, your boss. Very peaceful P7 at the moment. He's 2 and a bit seconds behind his one of his drivers, your other teammate, Big J. But he is 7.3 seconds up on D. Reed from Doghouse. So a little bit of no man's land there.
those softs are really starting right now. We are on an 11 lap stint. So the softs have actually done pretty well versus the mediums.
And he's going around again for lap 12 on those soft tyres. That's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it works out for him.
Well, their fuel... Oh, hello, Mr. Bumcrank is in. He's our first one to blink, and he didn't have a choice in the matter. The fuel light is blinking hard at him. Luckily, there's no fuel crisis in the virtual world.
I was just about to say Mr. Bumcrack was looking pretty good, making his way up to P9, but he has ducked into his pits, so... I wonder what was worse off for him there, the fuel situation or the tyre situation?
Fuel.
Right.
Without a question or shadow of doubt was the fuel, but the softs weren't exactly loving life either.
Speaking of tyres not loving life, just checking in with Niff at the moment. His lap times have just started to fall off a little bit, and he was looking a little bit loose and wild across the top of the mountain there. So maybe the medium tyres are starting to hurt a little bit as well. Quite possibly the car's just getting a little excited with a lighter fuel load.
That too, I can confirm that his fuel load is looking very low.
Like, you reckon he can do a 13th lap though, or he's...
I would doubt that very much. So if we could do just a little bit of a fuel update here, we've got the Kiwi Matt and Niff, they're blinking red, they're coming in. They won't have a choice in the matter. Dadson has only just started blinking red. So his fuel consumption is pretty good. I would say he's good for another lap, and those mediums are not doing too bad at the moment. Boybegum, interestingly enough, is well into the green, so he's been saving fuel like a madman, but Dadson's blinked anyway.
Niff has pulled the trigger. Kiwi Matt's in. Dadson's playing follow the leader. Now the Black Rose guys. Boy Bagum has decided to go around again. Evil Evo following suit.
Evil Evo's just gone red. Boy Bagum still white. He could go on for another few laps, probably about another one or two. But his softs, they're not doing too bad, but definitely if you're going to have this fuel mileage, I would have rather have been on the mediums.
So I'm just doing the math quickly here. I'm actually not doing it in my head. I'm actually writing it down because I am notoriously terrible at doing math in my head on stream. If Boy Bagum could do this lap, he's possibly, and even if he can't do another lap after this one, with the pit stop and the transit time, he's possibly looking at a two-stop race.
Two-stopper.
So that could throw the cat amongst the pigeon, being a two-stopper in a field of three-stoppers. That is, as long as he's not, well, he certainly hasn't been losing too much time in terms of pace, because he was sitting in the top 5, not that far behind, well, the leaders. So he's maintaining really good pace, and if he can do that for 90 minutes and run one less pit stop than all the other guys around him, that's going to do very, very good things for his finishing position. I'm not going to make any predictions or jinx him. Just
that's going to buy you the better part of 40 seconds.
Give or take, yeah.
That's not an insignificant time at all.
Absolutely not.
So, if he could just stretch that cruising time just a little bit further, he might be able to two-stop. That would be interesting.
Just watching him and Evil Evo at the moment. Let's see who blinks. Boy Bagum, yep, he's into the pits at the 28 minute and 40 second mark. So maybe not on the two-stop, but either way, 12 laps out of a set of softs. That's very commendable. That's a great effort.
To make him live that long, yeah. And you can see the rest of the runnies around him are mediums. They were dropping in time. So Boybegum absolutely smashing in terms of both fuel and tyre consumption tonight.
And Armands from Hooncorp pulling the pin there too. Well, not pulling the pin, but words are difficult. Rightio. So we've got Mr. Niff coming onto the front straight. retakes the lead of the race. But the big mover and shaker there is Kiwi Matt. He is less than a second behind Nif. Now, what tyres have Nif and Matt slapped on the car?
Nif, medium, matte, softs, and purple.
Right. So this could get quite spicy in a lap or two.
Yes. Looks like there's maybe one or two of them have actually short fuel as well.
Okay.
It's obviously working to a lap number here, yeah. A couple of short filled.
So, my thoughts are, how's the fuel situation between Nif and Matt compared to, say, Dadson and Big J?
Big J was actually the first one that made me realise did short fuel a little bit. Not a huge amount, I'd say just enough. He's working to a number. Just over three-quarters of a tank now, whereas Dadson is, 2 laps out of a full tank so far.
And how does Boy Bagum compare to Big J?
He's fully fueled that, along with the Olivo. They've gone with all of the fuel, but still on softs with Boy Bagum. So softs and a full tank. I really want to short fuel that and take advantage of the speed on those softs you can get with the empty tank. Interesting.
I have learned in my time doing this, don't argue with the guys who are faster than you are.
True.
He's quicker than me. He obviously knows something that I don't, or can drive the car in a way that I can't. So I've given up questioning things. I just let it happen, and we sit back and enjoy the results.
D-Reed was a little bit lonely, but Danico is sneaking back up on him. That Merc is starting to come back on the Corvette. 10 to a second now. Orbo has at least recovered some time and is back up 1.3 seconds back from Danico. He's going to need a little bit of something tonight, a little bit of match short shifting.
Sorry, I was just keeping the camera on that battle with Big J and Boy Bagum, who were side by side, going up Mountain Straight into Griffin's Bend. Big J managing to hold position for now. Where were we with Danico in, there he is, back in P10 at the moment.
The Orbo is short shifting, something chronic actually. He's, I think he's about half the rev count, if that. So I wonder if he's got some sort of fuel strategy he's trying to pull to maybe pull out a two-stopper? Maybe? Remains to be seen.
Two-stopper in a Corvette. That's challenging, I would imagine.
I'm just throwing it out there. Might not be possible.
Just want to say hello to Mr. Scooter82 in the chat. Good to see you around the traps again, mate. He's just made a comment that the Aston Martin Vantage does sound good on the limiter, even if it isn't the most optimal strategy. Certainly cannot disagree with that. It is a gorgeous sounding car.
Well, this is no longer academic. Kiwi Matt is now on NIF, well under a second.
Oh, there we go.
And they are pulling a gap back to Dadson to the tune of 1.6 seconds. I'm just sitting in fourth at the moment, and a second behind, and a second in front of Big J as well. But I would say that we're going to be seeing some fireworks at the end of this lap between Nif and Matt.
Definitely getting very tight and contested up the front there between these two. Now, were they both on the same? No, that's right. Nif was on the medium and Matt was on the soft tyres for this stint.
Correct.
Matt definitely trying to make use of the grippier, faster tyres. Because he's probably more than aware that once they start to go, they will drop off a very, very steep cliff.
It was a little bit untidy top across the mountain there. He was using the brakes a little bit more than what I thought he would, and as a result he's dropped back to a second off of Niff. Whereas that was coming up to the cutting, that was less than almost 3.3 of a second. Boybagam is hounding the back of Datsun out of the elbow.
Gets a really good run here down Conrod. He might just be able to have him done into the braking zone for the chase. Or after the chase, not too bad. Fastest corner in motorsport.
Australian motorsport.
I'll take it to the world. The challenge has been issued.
I'm not touching that one. I'm not touching that one.
Boybagum unfortunately can't quite get it done this lap, but I'm sure Datsun certainly knows he's there. Datsun's been under a whole lot of pressure in some way, shape or form for pretty much the entire race so far. And we're not even at the halfway point, but he has certainly been absorbing it very, very well so far.
Well, Stickers is only 4 behind Evil Evo at the moment, while the vet's getting it on the straights. Stickers was certainly gaining on Evil Evo into one, so I think the softs, we got softs versus medium, yep. So those softs are starting to pay a little bit of a dividend, but come with an invoice on the back end.
Another little battle that's still going on is the Datsun. Well, we've got Niff and Kiwi Matt up the front. That gap is sort of ebbing and flowing a bit. It's back down to 7/10, 8/10. And we've got the Datsun, Boybagum, Big J, I'm going to just say it, the three-way battle. 3rd, 4th and 5th. Battle for the final spot on the podium.
Well, I would say that you have been right. The move across the top of the mountain with Niff is really starting to pull that gap. But you can see from both the elbow and then up to Griffins is where the Jag starts to make it back up, but obviously can't do anything about the top of it. So once Niff has actually gotten into the lead, he's managed to actually maintain that gap how he wants it by just keeping it clean across the top. And that's been sort of the Mercs forte in this race, and that was kind of my forecast as well, that a great balanced Merc across the top of the mountain is going to help you keep that time at bay against the Jags and the Vets.
Yep, because those big long straights is most certainly the Corvette's party trick.
Mr. Archangel is in the pits. He's down by a lap. Unfortunately, just with the gearing in tune, I might have put the wrong setup sheet into the car, and it's cost him tonight, unfortunately.
In getting a full tank of fuel, don't think he's taken tyres. Nope. Rightio, interesting choice. Armin's P12, 25 seconds off the back of Danico, or the back of his teammate, so he's not having a good run tonight, unfortunately.
No, I'm not sure where it's gone awry for Armin's, if I'm honest. I don't recall seeing any big incidents or him facing the wrong way. So whether it's just a lack of pace or something tonight, or just a mistake that we just didn't pick up, I'm not sure. Either way, not the best run for him tonight so far. Running at 2:09 on that lap, so I'm not sure what's going wrong there. You wouldn't expect that from our Category 1 driver at Bathurst to be a 2:09.
Got a good little battle between Warbo and DeReed just in front of him, so if he can put together some good laps, he'll be able to tag onto the back of that, possibly elevate himself up a few spots, or at the very least have a less lonely drive for the next 50 minutes as we are approaching the 40-minute mark. So Still not quite halfway. Stickers has managed to find himself a little bit of company as he's managed to make up some ground on Evil Evo. He is down to 3/10 off the back of the Doghouse Corvette, with the signature touches of green on board.
Dadson was very loose into the chase there. He's got Boy Begum absolutely in his bumper. Big J, not too far from this battle either. He's hoping to pick up some pieces as well. Obviously those soft tyres are really starting to bite into the track time that Dadson is trying to make, but just not having it at the moment.
So Dadson is on the medium tyre with both Boy Begum and Big J on softs, or is Big J on the mediums?
No, they're both on softs.
Right, so Dadson doing a commendable job right now to hold off to soft tyre shod cars behind him.
And the softs between Boy Begum and Big J are looking starkly different. Boy Begum's probably got around about 50% of wear. Big J, closer to 30.
Right, so Boy Begum is being a bit of a tyre whisperer this evening, one could say.
I would say so. Oh, Dadson wide out of the cutting. You can't see much around there, Boy Begum. I wouldn't.
Oh, there's a wall.
Slotted back in.
There's a wall.
There's walls all around this giant garden. Like there's.
Okay,
everywhere.
rephrase. There was some very close proximity to said wall.
Did you just see them across the top of the mountain? You're scraping your mirror on the wall.
Oh, I don't think there's a mirror on that car anymore. It was that close. So I think Dadson was very lucky to get away with that one. Although having said that,
that's a good...
coming out of the cutting, it is very, very easy to get the car out of shape as you get hard on the power going up the hill around that very tight corner.
That it does. You need to be very judicious. Throttle application out of there, and even if you've got the revs at a certain point, as you start to go around the right hand, pump of the road there can upset it if you've got too much steering on at the same time. It starts to get a bit of oversteer. So be very careful around there.
That sounds like experience talking.
Yeah, that's why I've been finding, there was someone who's actually short shifting. I think it might have been the other Dadson car. I saw
Auto.
short shifting out of that corner just to contain the wheel spin out of the cutting.
Dadson has once again got a rear vision mirror full of Boy Begum. Goes a little bit defensive, down front straight into Hell Corner.
Just missed the apex by a little bit there.
Oh, it's
Boy Begum
there
with a good
somewhere.
run. Dad's
Will we see a move?
Make sure that Boy Begum's making the long way round.
Yeah, he's
not
parked
giving
it.
an inch, no.
Oh, and he's left the
Oh,
door
is that-
open again. Oh no! Slams the door shut, says, "Not this time. Thou shalt not pass."
Dadson's just facing a lot of pressure tonight. He's standing at the door of the blast furnace and he's copping speed.
He definitely wants to hang on to that P3. As we just quickly check back in with Nif and Matt, the gap between them is stretched back out to 1.5 seconds, so maybe tyre wear is coming into effect on the soft tyres that Matt has on board.
That's not a maybe.
Okay.
That's a definite.
Right, there we go. Dadson is still absorbing all of the pressure that's being thrown his way.
Yes, but Boy Begum's tyres, even though he was a lap later, his tyres are much, much, much better than his Kiwi counterpart, the Black Rose. So whether they're running two different setups in that car tonight, just something that's suiting Boy Begum a little bit better, both balancing pace and tyre wear, remains to be seen. But it's just something, Boy Begum's just whispering those tyres tonight. Just really whispering.
On a side note, I've had Rudsy in the chat answering my challenge and finding out another fun fact for us. Now, my pronunciation is going to be terrible, but Signes at Circuit Paul Ricard is often considered to be the fastest corner in Formula 1, with modern cars traversing it at roughly 340 kilometers per hour. Right. So I would say that is a touch quicker than the Chase, but tell you what, supercars will be doing 300 plus through there, so when you're comparing them to Formula 1 cars, it's not that far off the pace, so... Yeah, okay, we'll stick with the fastest corner in Australian motorsport. Fine, you happy?
Yeah. Yes, that's right. I'm very happy. Don't disparage Bathurst and move on.
Rightio, so Dadson still hanging on to P3, Boy Bagoom P4. I think Big J's just dropped back a little bit just to give those two some space. He probably maybe sees a potential incident about to happen and doesn't want to be a part of it. Just wants to stay out of the way and take advantage if anybody happens to drop it. And let's have a look at one of the other battles that was coming along. Evil Evo P6 has just managed to squeeze another half a second further back in front of Stickers. It's got that gap back up to 7/10. It was 3/10 a lap and a bit ago. Now they're not far off the back of Big J either, so with a bit more work, I think that three-way battle with Dadson, Boy Bagoom and Big J, that could become a five-way battle incorporating Evil Evo and Stickers. Especially if Dadson and Boy Bagoom keep battling. So keep an eager eye on that one.
Well, Big J's tyres are hurting, and I would say that's helping Evil Evo and Stickers just march up on him a little bit.
At the moment, Mr. Bumcrack is in a little bit of no man's land in P8, which is, well, it's a very good bit of work either way.
He'll be coming in for a pit in the near future, let's put it that way.
Just checking in for someone I think who's going to be in the pits very soon as well is Kiwi Matt, as that gap back to Nith has got blown out to 3.2 seconds.
I think Kiwi Matt has found the cliff off the side of Mt Panorama and the tyres have decided to go over it.
Does hold the fastest lap of the race at the moment though with a 2:04.6.
I tell you what, if Nif decides to bolt on some softs at some point, I'm pretty sure that time is going to fall. There'll probably be absolute two tyre flame marks right around Mt Panorama, and that's the track to light.
I think you might be right, because the fastest lap by Kiwi Matt on softs is a 2:04.600. Nif's fastest lap is a 2:04.608, so 8 thousandths of a second.
8 1,000ths of a second on the tyres on a car that doesn't really like it down the straights versus the Jag.
Interesting. Probably, I think I see Flatstick, the team owner at CP, running down the pit lane with a team radio to possibly scream out to Nif that, hey, we want the extra point, go slap some softs on. Of course, the fastest lap does acquire itself some extra points.
One thing, Dadson, his lap times are super consistent at the moment. He's just a human metronome between the past, 7 laps or so. He's well within a second, except for a 2:05.787. So even though he's been getting some pressure from Boybagum, he's managed to keep his wits about him. So he's done very well in terms of just keeping everything nice and straight, keeping well within that low 2:06s. So he's done very well there.
Just having a look at Evil Evo's lap times, he's lost 2 seconds on that last lap somewhere thereabouts, on lap 22. And that has put him 3 and a bit seconds off the back of Boybagum, and he is in danger of falling into the clutches of the Lightning Motorsport combo of Big J and Stickers, your boys.
Well, Big J was actually ahead of Evil Evo, so he had a bigger accident on lap 22, 2:09.500. He was dropping 2:06s in the mid-range there, so he's obviously had a bit of a cropper at some point in the last lap as well. So might have been something between them, but obviously we've missed it.
Definitely had a moment somewhere there.
And the boss is all over Big J, a little bit wide. Ooh, awful. I'm not too sure if team orders are coming into play here, but just play smart, boys, play smart.
Rule number 1, don't hit your teammate.
now, Stickers, very loose. Oh no, he's into the wall.
Oh, he's has managed to not end up facing in the wrong direction, so as
A little bit of damage.
as our race director, who is the Lightning Motorsport teammate,
Minimise the damage. Which actually Stickers has got 40, so it's actually the double digits. But Big J and Kiwi Matt were running on fumes. It's a sea of green. You're forgiven.
all this green, I'm getting very, very confused between drivers.
And Kiwi Matt has just punched out behind Danico. So we'll see if he's going to try and challenge him, or if he's just going to sit back for a second, or if he's really just trying to make sure that outlap is as quick as possible and just rein him up, get past him and go.
Boibagum, still a bumper sticker on the back of the Datsun car. Now, will we see Evil Evo in at the end of this lap? How's he looking in terms of tyres and fuel?
Not too bad on either. They are starting to hurt a little bit, as you'd expect when you're now, 12 laps from your last pit stop. But he's just under a quarter of a tank, and the mediums are looking a bit worse for wear on the front right. Other than that, not too bad. Boibagum, he's doing okay. On the back of Datsun, the tyres are starting to hurt. But, Datsun is coming in. Boibagum will not be.
Alright, Boibagum, this needs to be your personal version of the lap of the gods. You need to drop the hammer and make this happen.
Yes. Well,
this will be your prime opportunity to pass Datsun while he's in the pits.
Exactly right, especially with that lower fuel load versus getting in the stint. So Datsun was definitely on fumes there. He had no choice. Evil Livo following suit. But Boibagum is not half bad at Bathurst. He's done very well this year at Bathurst, and his fuel is just astronomically good.
You're riding on board with him at the moment. Very tidy through the cutting there. Gets on the power very smoothly. Loves getting close to the Fuso wall. Oh, slight touch on the, is that the Kennard tyre wall going uphill?
I think it is.
Oh, all sorts of slidey across through McPhillamy. Look at me go with the corner names.
Under the tree into the dipper. He was just a little bit wide off that roof strip across the skyline there, and that put him a bit wide and that cost him some time, which is not what you need to be doing when you need to be pressing on this lap. Tidying the elbow out of it, not too bad.
Very clean, nothing spectacular, but gets a good drive out on a Conrod. Key question is, will he be in the end of this lap, or is he going to go another one? Now remembering he did make it to the 28 and a bit minute mark on his first stint. Now. No,
he's called it.
And Niff is also in with 1% left in the tank, so I would say Niff is definitely running to a number, and he's got that number absolutely perfect.
There might be some news coming out of the pits here because Boyvergum, he just crossed over the ribbon strip into the pit entry. That might be costing him. He was well on the grass. He'll get a 3-second penalty when he comes out.
Keep an eye on that one as we've got D Reed and Kiwi Matt side by side. No, D Reed is into the pits for Doghouse, and we'll see how much fuel he doesn't have. 8%, not terrible, but definitely needing a pit. Danico taking another lap and moving himself into provisional third at this point, but I do feel like he's going to owe us a pit stop in the very near future. But the big news is Kiwi Matt has jumped Niff. Kiwi Matt first on the road, only by half a second, but doesn't matter. He's managed to move himself up from P2 into P1. And what's the tyre situation between these two?
We've got a pinch of red on racing sauce for Kiwi Matt, and Niff has decided to stick with the time and true mediums.
Okay, so the order to go for the fastest lap and chuck the softs on maybe either hasn't gone through or has been ignored, which is perfectly acceptable. But we'll see if Niff is happy to sit behind for a little bit and then make his move as the tyres wear out, or whether he wants to get on by as quickly as possible, because he may not know what tyres Matt's running. In fact, he probably doesn't.
I just wanted to bring your attention to, remember how I said that Boyvergum might be picking up a penalty due to that pit entry?
Oh, yes, he has indeed.
I'm not going to say I'm right.
That's going to hurt.
And that's going to give Dadson a nice little place back. Big J is going to take advantage of that. Stickers might not, but he might have something to say about it if it does cost too much.
Alright, so Stickers is... That gap is dropping very rapidly. It's gone from 7 seconds down to 2.5 very, very quickly. And I reckon there's going to be a lot of angry screaming coming from underneath Boyvergum's helmet. He will not be happy with that, as he's half a second up on Stickers now.
Boyvergum.
Bleepity bleep 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 bleepity bleep 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 you bleep bleep. And that's all the audio we're allowed to play from the Black Rose radio right now, as he's now got a rear vision mirror full of stickers. Kiwi Matt now has a CP Motorsport, words are difficult, CP Motorsports Mercedes bumper sticker.
Oh, Neff, a little bit wide out of that, underneath the tree there, hit the wall. Datsun still has a big J on the back of him. He won't need to worry about Boyvergum anymore, because Boyvergum has just unfortunately thrown that away, doing so well in terms of fuel consumption and tyre whispering, and to really cop that penalty through a simple mistake into the pits, and we've all done that. That's really hurt with that 3-second penalty. That's really a 6-second penalty at the end of it.
I reckon by the end of this race, Dadson is going to be well and truly tired of seeing green in his rear vision mirror.
Is that the green on the track that you're talking about? You know, because Bathurst is really green.
Oh, it's looking a bit brown out there in the distance, but quite possibly either the green of your teammate or the Black Rose boys. Although in fairness, you wouldn't be too upset because that green is behind you, not in front of you, so it could be worse.
This is true, but I'm sure if Dadson sees a picture of Kermit tonight, he's going to go, oh no, not again. Nif is making himself a headache to Kiwi Matt still. But Nif has been absolutely making a headache of himself tonight to everybody.
He's
Whether he's in front or
definitely making his return to Sector 1 a very strong statement of, I might have been gone for a bit, but I am still just as good as I was when I left, if not better.
100%.
He's dropped back in like nothing ever happened.
Oh, Big J just smacked the wall into the cutting. That cost him a little bit, but he's still right on the back of Dadson now.
I think Dadson might have just had a little bit of drama getting on the power there, coming out of the cutting.
I've actually noticed that a couple of times, so I might need to sneak on board with him next time he's in the cutting for a few laps and just see what his throttle application is out of there. He just seems to be that little bit slower coming out of that.
Out of curiosity, any of these guys running traction control?
Fantastic question. I'll just have a quick gander here. Matt, no. Nif, no. Dadson, yes. Big J, no. Boy Begum, yes. Stickers, yes. Evo, no. Mr. Bumcrack, no. Evo, yes. Danico, no. D Reed, no. Almonds, I believe that's a no. Archangel, yes, he's very much running running traction control. His tyres are absolutely spent and his fuel's not doing too much good, but that gearbox is just screaming, let the race be over.
Boy Begum, after his earlier indiscretion with the pit lane line and his subsequent penalty, he's not being able to shake Stickers, who's still within a second of the back of him, so...
And he hasn't really made that much of a headway with Big J. I think he was around about 5.5 seconds into that. He's dropped 1.1, of course that's a gain, but trying to gain another 4.5 seconds over the next half an hour might be a little bit of a tall order. That being said, he was doing very well.
3-second penalty, where dropping you on the brakes for 3 seconds, down Conrod when everyone else is in top gear, full throttle. Yeah,
290 kilometers an hour, yeah.
That makes that 3-second penalty more like a 6 and a bit second penalty. Big J, I'm not sure if he's actively applying pressure to Dadson or whether he's just happy to sit in the slipstream and try and save some fuel at this point. Because we've got less than 30 minutes to go.
Right.
So
You might be right about that tactic.
I reckon there might be another pit stop involved somewhere along the line here, and possibly a low fuel soft tyre kind of stint going on, because I think that safety car at the start of the race might have just put a bit of a spanner in the works of some of the guys' strategies and making them rethink what their options would be.
Well, I've got to admit, prior to actually calling that virtual safety car myself, I didn't even consider that, of course, it's going to shorten down the race, by about a minute or so, or 90 seconds, and that's the better part of a lap. So I didn't even think about that because it's a timed race, not a lap race.
There's also a bit of protesting coming from the Black Rose Racing Garage. Madrick screaming that the marshals are wrong. He was well within the lines. Madrick, I wish you luck arguing with the marshals. I've never known that to be successful, so yeah, all the best.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Madrick, but he did have all four wheels on the way into the pit, so trying to argue, no, he was in the lines well out of it. That's a tall argument.
So back up the front, there's still 2 and a bit tenths between Kiwi Matt and Nif. Kiwi Matt still leading the way.
If I was to put myself in the helmet of the CP Motorsports driver at the moment, I would say Nif is just being comfortable. Sit on the back of Kiwi.
Actually,
apply
let's
pressure
just...
by not really applying pressure and just save a little bit.
Just jumping on board Dadson here as he comes into the cutting. Ah, yes. Short shifting out of second into third and into fourth going up the hill.
And he's also, I noticed out of the cutting on the last lap, he is wanting that throttle. It seems to be very slow and gradual up rather than a slam, whereas everybody is just managing to have a little bit more grip and hit that throttle harder earlier.
The playing it safe so I don't spin out and die strategy. Always a good option.
We've all done it there too. You come out there, you think, oh, I've got it, I've got traction, and oh no, you don't. And then you find yourself facing the wrong way.
And that little bump on the road says, hello!
Been there too. I think Niff is playing a smart game here. He's just happy to sit behind Matt. I think he knows he's got his measure, and that he's figured out that Matt's on soft toppers or has the toner, and he's just going, no, I'm just going to buy my time, save some fuel, and then if we do need,
wait.
pass around.
Or just wait for a moment like that and say thank you very much. Matt makes that.
Sometimes it's not about the pressure that you apply, but what looks to be applied.
Perceived pressure. Those of you who watch AFL will know that that is the most useless statistic available in today's game. Perceived pressure. I was going to say he's either sitting back and conserving his car for an effort later, or he's just waiting for an error to happen and take full advantage of. And he has dropped the hammer since then, as he's taken 8/10 lead over Kiwi Matt. A little more profanity over the Black Rose Racing radio tonight.
Yes, there would be, but I think what Niff was doing was smart because he had 12.5 seconds back to Dodson. Didn't really need to force his way past Kiwi Matt. He didn't need to. So he didn't need to attack, he just needed to let it come to him. I think he played that very smart.
100%. Another one playing it smart, I think, is a Big J. Still just cruising along in fourth. And we've just had it popped into the chat, making a casual inquiry as to the status of Kiwi Matt's tyres.
They are softs, and they are hurting.
Right. So, slightly second hand.
Yes.
There we go, chat. What do you reckon? Do you think he's going to be able to make it to the end, or is he going to have another pit stop?
It's another pit stop. We've still got another 23-ish minutes on the clock. That's not lasting another 20 minutes. He's down to maybe around about 25% on the front right. He's starting to, there we go, he just ran wide at Murray. That right front is starting to say, please sir, no more.
So we could quite possibly see that soft tyre stint from Niff towards the end of this race.
Sorry, that was Matt I was talking about.
Yep, but Niff's fuel and tyres at the moment, can he do another 22 minutes?
I would say yes. I would say it might be low ball. He's only just under half a tank at the moment. Maybe got about 10%, maybe a little bit, maybe close to the 12% out of them. It's not that much.
So that's 22 minutes, that's 10, 11 laps. That would mean with half a tank of fuel, I think Niff is going to have a pit stop somewhere along the lines. I reckon we're going to see a soft tyre coming on and possibly I reckon we'll see a 2:03 fast lap being dropped.
Yeah, definitely I'd say mid 3 at worst.
There's my prediction. Now watch the drivers go out and prove me completely wrong, as they do very consistently. So that gap now.
4 seconds. He's got 4 seconds, and he doesn't need to push all that hard at them. Matt is dropping off just to the natural fall off of the tyres.
And that time back to between Kiwi Matt and Dadson, that's come down from 12.5 seconds to 10.5 seconds. So Matt's tyres are really hurting right now.
Yeah, they are. They are, and he's going to have to make a call whether he wants to actually put softs on or go for mediums. I mean, I'm not going to put it myself in his head. That's his feelings at the moment, but his tank is a quarter of a tank, so he's okay on the fuel. It's just going to be the tyres that are going to make him say yes or no. He's done it.
Big J's not out of touch. He's 1.3 seconds off the back of Dadson. Oh, there we go. Kiwi Matt has pulled the pin on the grenade. He's decided to drop the pit stop now.
There were 20 minutes exactly left.
Big J goes around again. Boy Bagoom goes around again. He has managed to... Well, he's made a massive gap of 5.5 seconds on stickers. So he's certainly channeled his emotions into driving fast. Evil Evo is less than 2 seconds adrift of stickers. Mr. Bumcrack is into the pits as well, I would dare say for the final time, with just under 20 minutes to go. Had a very spicy start to the race to the plumber, but it's actually been very, very quiet. Kept his head down ever since then. Slowly making his way back up the standings.
Well, his tyres and fuel were hurting earlier in the stint, earlier in the race. So maybe there was a setup issue there, and he hasn't now been claim back. But unfortunately, it is what it is.
So a little bit of screen time here for Warbo from Dadson Racing, coming up through the cutting. Currently sitting in 8th, but I dare say he owes us another pit stop. Little TV time as well for D. Reed from Doghouse Motorsport, another Corvette, that beautiful, better electrical inspired version.
Go hard. I'm gonna say go one better 888 tribute on the bonnet there.
The livery lords have certainly outdone themselves this retro round. Danico, a little bit of TV time for him. P10.
Big J in.
Mr. Bumcrack back out on track in P11, but he has got a couple of guys in front of him who have yet to pit, so dare say we'll see him inside the top 10 before the end of the race.
I missed something. I didn't know that Boy Begun went back out on mediums.
Okay, interesting there.
But he's well under half a tank at this point. He's nudging a quarter.
Wait, he's changed tyres but hasn't filled.
Or he short fueled.
Half a tank of fuel, 18 minutes to go.
No, he's near nudging a quarter. Quarter of a tank of fuel.
I think there's been a pit error there somewhere. I think the Black Rose pit crew have done a bit of a whoopsie.
Unless, and I'm spitballing here, unless he's decided to throw on the mediums and with a lower fuel load, and then go back to source with a higher fuel load for the final stint.
Has he? Oh, he hasn't pit recently. Right, okay, so he went on mediums. No, right, sorry, I thought you'd said he'd gone into the pits and put mediums on. Right, no. His last pit stop, he put mediums on. Right, crisis averted, right?
Yeah, sorry for the communication error there. Yeah, I should have gone...
Before Rudsy and Madrick jumped down our throats in the chat. It's okay. The Black Rose guy at pit crew have not stuffed up. They have done a commendable job so far.
Just cycling through these pit stops now, and everybody's on kind of their own little island at the moment. They've usually got around about 8-10 seconds between each other before the full start to fill back up again.
Got a feeling, while it's a little bit quiet at the moment, once all the pit stops come out of the wash, I think the last 10 minutes It's going to be a very intense battle for a final finishing position for at least half a dozen drivers.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see where Kiwi, Matt and Niff fall out against each other once everything cleanses.
Also worth mentioning, that gap between Dadson and Boibagum is 3.5 seconds now. Boibagum has not been mucking around. I mean, Dadson is a figure of consistency, doing high 205s, low 206s.
It's just getting out of the way there at Boibagum.
But you've got Boibagum just consistently in the 205s.
On mediums.
Yes, which is how he's managed to get that gap now down to 2.5 seconds, and that Jag is looking very good over the top of the mountain in comparison to the Dadson Racing Corvette.
Boibagum did do well at the Bathurst 1.2 hour I hosted earlier in the year. He took the chocolates, so I'm not being too surprised at his form here at the moment.
That gap between him and Dadson now 2.3 seconds, so after that earlier pit lane penalty indiscretion, he is looking to get himself back up the leaderboard and is doing a bloody great job of it so far.
Well, without that that penalty that cost him, call it 7 seconds, he would be 14 seconds off the back of Niff.
Evil Evo currently in P4. There we go. Dadson has popped into the pits. He's got 10% fuel. Boibagum's followed it in, hopefully not crossing the pit lane this time. He's got 6% fuel advantage over Dadson, so there's nearly 2 seconds. He can make up in the pits, and given he was only 2.5 seconds behind, that will help. Evil Evo's dropped into the pits as well. Similar fuel load. Big J's going around again. Kiwi Matt is now in P2. He has dropped a slightly faster purple lap with a 2:04.567, improving his previous best lap by about 4/10. But I think Niff still needs to do a final pit stop, and while he is 35, call it 35.5 seconds up on Kiwi Matt, I've got this very strong suspicion that he will be dropping the soft compound on, and I've got an even stronger suspicion that that fastest lap will not remain for very long. Because, correct me if I'm wrong here, Lambinator, but Matt is on the medium compound of tyre?
Negative, he's currently back on softs.
Oh, well, here we go. Okey-dokey.
But the breaking news is that Niff is in the pit lane, and we are about to get the answer on what tyre compound he's going to be bolting on for this fine little burst of the flag.
Yeah, so after that final round of pit stop, Boibagum has come out of the pits 2.3 seconds in front of Dadson. He's certainly driven the wheels off that Jag that last stint to make up for his pit lane penalty. He's gotten himself back into contention for a podium finish. And we will jump on with Kiwi Matt as he comes under the Armour All Bridge into Murray's, onto the home straight. Niff has still got fuel going in the car. Still fueling, stops at 65. Where will he come out? Matt's approaching Hell's Corner.
Yep, gaps to the tune of 2.5 seconds almost.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
and there's some lap traffic just in front of them, so that could play into the hands of Kiwi Matt. Hopefully Armans has enough situational awareness to realise that, oh, I need to move over. Blue flags are being shown.
Yep, Armans has moved out of the way. There we go.
Great situational awareness right there.
I'm not too sure at the moment. There's nothing wrong with Niff. He had his hazards going at the moment. I wasn't sure if he was just telling Element, hey, I am the race leader, please let me by. I've had enough of green in my mirror. I don't want another one.
Armin's getting right out of the way across the top of the mountain. Brilliant work.
So we've got about 5 laps remaining.
So
10 minutes. Oh, Niff.
Safe to say Niff is on the soft compound?
I'll give you 2 guesses, but you'll only need 1.
Rightio, so he is definitely on the soft tyre. On his outlap, and he's managed to, he's chopped the hammer. He's 3 seconds up. He's gone from 1.5, he's made up 1.5 seconds on that, just in half a lap.
Even with the rear getting loose at the dipper.
He is not here to procreate with arachnids, ladies and gentlemen. He is here to win.
I think I need to just have a squiz at his setup sheet for next week. Whatever they got going on in this car, it is working. Kiwi Matt trying to make a fist of it, but his tyres are well worn. I'd say without any big mistakes from Niff here, I don't think Matt's going to be able to do much about it. He's just going to have to consolidate his second place.
Checking back in on the Dadson Big J scenario. Oh, sorry, the Dadson Boibagoon. That gap has come down a couple of tenths. It's just 2 seconds. As Dadson drops the fastest lap of the race with a 2:04.539. That's why that gap between him and Boibagoon has come down 3 tenths in that last lap. And Foss chiming in the chat saying the hazard lights from Niff would have just been bumping the hazards button on his controller because he's got some fat fingers. A little bit of banter between the boys. Good to see. I'm not going to pick on him because even on a controller he's faster than me, so I got no leg to stand on right there.
Well, that's probably why you can get on the throttle faster. He's got a bit more weight to the throttle. Comes in handy.
I'm not touching it. Nope. 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 Alright, so Dadson does have a fair bit of breathing space back to Big J in P5, who has his own little bit of breathing space back to Evil Evo to the tune of 3 seconds. Another 3 seconds back to Stickers in P7, who has got a lot of breathing space back to the Plumber in P8, which, if I remember correctly, started P11 or 12. So he's
had an accident, so he went to the back of the field at the end of the first lap.
So he's done a fantastic job to claw his way back up into the top 10. He can't relax on his laurels, rest on his laurels, I should say, just yet, as he does have Danico and Warbo hot on his heels, and Danico is only half a second behind him, so yeah, it's going to be quite a tense 7 and a bit minutes to go in this 90-minute enduro around the mountain.
So I'm just wondering if we can do a very brief APR fuel and tyre update, because we're on the last stand, so it might be a good chance to see who can do what with which.
Sounds good to me. So thanks to APR Tyre, APR Automotive, this is our tyre and fuel update, starting with Niff up the front.
Niff pushing as hard as he can, not even changing into 6 into Griffins. He's into 5th and redlining it out. On softs, just under half a tank. The softs maybe about 5% worn, and he's going for it. We've got Kiwi Matt, very worn softs, proving at 50% on the front right, just over a quarter of a tank. I'd say he might even be struggling to get to the end, but I'll eat my words. Boybagum, another Black Rose car, just over a quarter of a tank, maybe about 5% wear on the softs. Dadson has ditched his mediums and gone for the softs, and is around about 10% worn on the front right, and just over a quarter of a tank. We've got Big J, about 40% worn on the front right for the softs, and just over a quarter of a tank. Evil Evo, racing softs, maybe 10%, probably closer to 7, just over a quarter of a tank. We've got Stickers, about 10% tyre wear, and just over a quarter of a tank. We've got Mr. Bumcrack. He's got about half a year off, so he's going to be going to be battling a little bit towards the end there. About halfway between half and a quarter of a tank. Warbo also on softs, 10% worn, just over a quarter of a tank. Danico, well worn mediums, probably 35 to 40% and just under a quarter of a tank. D Reed, brand new racing softs on that with just over a quarter of a tank. We've got Almonds, very well worn mediums, under a quarter of a tank, and then we've got Archangel, about halfway worn on mediums, struggling with the fuel there halfway. And there it is, NIF has just dropped the 203.404. Thank you very much for coming. As predicted, well done NIF.
I was just about to mention that. The new fastest lap set by NIF is a low 203. So I think that's a fair indicator of what we might be seeing in the upcoming Category 1A race. I'd also suspect there might be a high 202 by the quicker guys in the qualifying trim. But there you go, a 203.4 race lap. So the gauntlet has been thrown down, and we'll see if anyone is able to step up to that challenge in the following race tonight. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is correct. We have another 90 minutes endurance race here at the mountain. So it's a long night in the comms box for the comms team, but that's alright. We do it because we love it, and it's been some fantastic racing tonight, so it has not felt anywhere as long as you might think. So enough rambling. So NIF is pretty safe to say he's got one hand on the win tonight, so I'll get the camera off him so we don't jinx him too much. Kiwi Matt, absolutely solid drive so far tonight. I think he might just be in let's see if I can pronounce this correctly, consolidation mode. There we go. Words are hard. He might just be locking down that P2 tonight. Boy Bagum, he is 11.5 seconds down on his teammate. Even after that 3-second penalty he copped, it's probably be fair to say he would still be in the same position he's in right now. He would just have a little bit more than 1.8 seconds up on Dadson, who has been putting in a bloody amazing drive in this last stint to try and claw back some time on Boy Bagum, but I don't think he's going to be able to claw enough of that time back before he runs out of time.
I don't think so either.
As we come around across the line at the end of lap 40, there is 2.5 minutes to go, so there will be 2 more laps in this race. 42 laps will be the race distance here for the safety car affected lineup tonight. Whether that would have been a 43 lap race without the safety car is yet to be seen. I guess we'll find out in the next race.
What's interesting to note is just with Dadson at the moment, even though he does have softs on, the lap times are not dissimilar from his medium lap. 205s hasn't really changed. He did that sparkling 204 and then has dropped off back to 5s again. So maybe just consolidating, but I think that front right is starting to hurt a little bit.
Foss is putting the claim in the chat that he's seen Geesh do a 159.8. He might have done that, but what car was he driving at the time?
Wow.
If you're meant to be driving, mate, what are you doing in the YouTube chat? I mean, have you got that much of a comfortable lead that you can multitask, you magnificent bastard?
Yeah, no one likes to show off.
Yeah, look,
Okay,
that's,
I can
yeah.
do a 150. I can do a 159 while watching another race and typing in the chat. Just give me the trophy now, thanks.
On a controller. Yeah, righto. Just... Yeah, I'm jealous, alright? There, I said it. Rightio. So, less than a minute to go into the race. Oh, Dadson's dropped a little bit of time there. That gap between him and Boy Bagum's out to 3 seconds.
Bum crack is on Warbo.
I was just about to say, Big J can't afford to relax either. He's got less than a second between him and Evil Evo, who also has a very comfortable lead over Stickers. But yes, the other little battle here as they come down Conrod is between Mr. Bumcrack and Warbo. There's less than a second in it. Now, I don't know if these guys will get another lap, because the countdown
I don't
time,
think they will.
the timer is about to hit 1.5 hours. I think this might be it. Can Bumcrack make a last-ditch move at the final corner? If he gets a good run onto the straight, he might just have Warbo. No, Warbo gets it done, gets the exit. No, and Warbo is the first of our finishers in P8, with Mr. Bumcrack finishing in P9, Danico P10, D. Reed P11, Armands having a bit of a bad time, still up the top of the mountain. He will finish in P12 as Archangel crosses a line in P13. But right now it's a little bit of victory time, a little bit of look at me for Nif, our race winner tonight by 14 seconds with an absolutely magnificent drive. I really can't describe it any other way.
And the hazards on.
And
Into
apparently,
the last corner.
apparently hooking down Chinese food at the moment as well. So takes the race win, eating a succulent Chinese meal. A fantastic win here at the mountain tonight. Kiwi Matt rounding Murray's with a very well-earned P2. Hold your head high, mate. That was a bloody great drive. Speaking of bloody great drives, here comes his Black Rose teammate, Boy Bagum. There'll be a great haul of team points for the Black Rose Racing outfit tonight. Their team owner will be very happy as Dadson crosses the line, P4. Big J will hang on to bring home P5 for Lightning Motorsport. Evil Evo P6 for Doghouse. And Stickers to bring home P7 for Lightning Motorsport. And I do believe that that is everybody run and done. So that is our Category 1B race brought to you by Boxer Beauty. Done and dusted for round 5. So let's have a little recap of those race results. Thanks to Adelaide Ceramic Coatings. While we do that, ladies and gentlemen, the YouTube chat, before you go for a toilet break and a snack and drink refill, throw us your driver of the day into the chat if you wouldn't mind. So taking out the race win tonight and the fastest lap of the race with a 2:03.404 is Nif in the CP Motorsports Mercedes on his Sector 1 return. So a very commanding way to say, hello boys, I'm back. Taking out second place on the podium for Black Rose is Kiwi Matt and his teammate Boy Bagum locking out the rest of the podium in P3. Dadson with a commendable drive tonight, taking home P4. Big J with a very underrated drive, I would say, tonight. He kept his head down, kept plugging at it, had a couple of minor incidents, but nothing big, but consolidates with a P5, so definitely worth being very happy about. Evil Evo bringing home P6 for Doghouse. Stickers P7 for Lightning Motorsport. Warbo P8 for Dadson Racing. Mr. Bumcrack getting into the top 10 with a very lovely comeback drive after a less than optimal qualifying and an even less than optimal lap 1 with that safety car. Danico for Hooncourt bringing home a P10, D. Reed for Doghouse in P11, Armands for Hooncourt in P12, and Archangel for Hyperdrive in P13, running for the team points. Rightio, ladies and gentlemen of the driver of the day. Let's see what we've got. We've got a driver of the day for Nif from Debrev. Driver of the day Dadson from the Stranger, who has petitioned to rename Dadson for the pressure cooker. Nami Yankee, forgive my pronunciation if it's bad. Driver of the day Nif. Captain Muffin reckons driver of the day Nif. What are your thoughts there, Laminator?
Look, I know you're not meant to, but he put on a superb drive, Nif, and you can't go past it. He made sure that things were kept clean. He put pressure on at times by not putting pressure on. And that's probably the drive of what you need to do to win an endurance race. Sometimes back, and I don't think he made a mistake that entire run. It's been a superb drive. You can't go past it.
100%. I don't think you can really argue with that. While I have an aversion to giving the driver of the day to the race winner, you can't really fault that. I mean, it's his comeback drive, started on the front row, took the fastest lap, took the race win, so yep, I'm going to throw my hat in the ring for Nif for driver of the day tonight. So let's just call that one congratulations Nif, well earned. Rightio. Oh, okay, right.
One done.
Yeah, that's one down, and we've still got one to go. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to take a short intermission. So I would highly recommend getting up, have a bit of a stretch, have a walk around, have a toilet break, grab a fresh round of snacks and some drinks, because we will be back very, very soon for the Category 1A race tonight. And if the 1B race we've just witnessed is anything to go by, I'd say we are in for an absolute cracker this evening. So have yourselves a break, but stick around. I just want to say a big thank you to our race director tonight, Laminator. I know that you are a massive fan of the Bathurst track and that you are very, very happy to be able to be race director tonight. It was a pleasure to have you here in the comms box, and you did a fantastic job.
Thank you very much, Carbon Point. It was a pleasure to host it.
Rightio. So, without further ado, we shall get going to that intermission, and we will be back very, very shortly. Don't go away.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Sector 1. We are here tonight for some Category 1 racing action around the Pulsate.
And welcome back everybody. We are back here at Sector 1 in the comms box at Mt Panorama tonight. Hope you have gotten yourselves plenty of snacks, plenty of drinks. You have possibly done a pit stop of your own like yours truly in the comms box needed to. And we are ready for another hour and 40-ish minutes of qualifying and racing here tonight at Bathurst. Thank you very, very much to Laminator for being a race director for the previous race, doing a fantastic job, and joining me now in the comms box to also do a fantastic job, I would hope, is none other than the Zero Turn Motorsport TO, Mr. Diswood. How are we this evening?
I'm rather good, mate. How are you?
I'm travelling along quite well, actually. It's going to be a long night in the box, but that's all right.
Oh, not 90 minutes down, mate. I hope you're prepared for another cracking 90 minutes here. We've got Group 1A boys ready to send it to the moon, hopefully, fingers crossed, incident-free, and put on a cracking show for everyone tonight.
Indeed, indeed. How have the lap times been looking in practice? We did see a 2:03.4 race lap being dropped in the 1B race.
Look, some of the quali times that I've seen in the practice this afternoon, they've been rather fast, and the cars are looking rather skittish. We'll say there's a fair bit of tuning going on, but there are some rapid times. We are talking 2:02s.
Oof.
Well and truly.
Right,
So look, 2:03, maybe you're 2:02 in the race if the fuel gets low, maybe. But certainly we're on for some hot racing here tonight.
Oh, so they're going with the loose car as a fast car kind of strategy.
Steer it from the rear, mate. That's what I like to see.
All right, so speaking of steering from the rear, let's take a look at the current point situation. I don't know how that works. That was just the best segue I could come up with at the time. So currently leading the way in Category 1A is Mr. Geesh from CP Motorsports on 123.5 points. There is a little bit of a gap back to Sneaky Stevo in second place from Jamco Racing on 106 points. My man, Ricky Bobby, currently holding down third place with 90 points. He can't relax just yet because Mr. Tim DeRags from Blacklight Motorsport is on 86.5 points in fourth. Closely followed by Dale Teeks from Kraken Esports on 83.5. And it is worth mentioning that Mr. Dale Teeks is actually unable to make it tonight, but Kraken Esports have sent that bloody rotary, Mr. Black Project himself, as a fill-in for team points. Now, while he's a Category 2 driver, I have the sneaking suspicion he's going to more than hold his own here in two groups higher than what he currently races, so that's definitely something to keep your eye on. And unfortunately, another absent driver tonight is the current 6th place driver, Mr. GTR, aka Alan from Blacklight Motorsports. He is unable to make the grid tonight, so he will be filled in for by Mr. Boss from Blacklight for team points. Then in 7th position, we've got your boy Mountain Goat from Zero Turn Motorsport on 72.5. We've got Brocky from Brocky05 Sim Racing, funny that, on 62.5 points, and he's half a point up on his teammate Sways in 9th. Then we've got E-Bulk from Hyperdrive on 61.5. Another point in front of my other boy Lenosis from APR. And then we've got Thunder Artsy, the Thunder team owner, on 51.5. Captain Muffin from Zero Turn on 49, and I believe he's missed 2 rounds, so that would explain why he's so low down on the order. And rounding out our top 14 is Mr. Heafy from Thunder Motorsport on 42 points. So, without further ado and or mucking around, what do you say we get into qualifying?
I'd say so, mate. Let's push the yellow and purple button and let's get qualifying underway.
button being repainted yellow and purple, despite the fact that the zero-turn cars have been painted red, white and green, aka Italian.
There's not a whole lot of Italian with the Australian-ness livery going on here tonight.
That was quite terrible. I'm not going to lie, that was horrible.
The only thing that might be Italian is the cooking oil in the engines. That's about it.
Yes, the Castrol-inspired zero-turn livery, which, despite your suggestion earlier in the season of having a all Castrol round, I'm so glad that did not come to fruition.
Let's face it, with all the different iterations of Castrol, you could have an entire field of Castrol liveries. But here on track here tonight, we've got a rather large range of retro liveries. So let's go have a look and see what we've got on track here. We've got Thunder Artsy out in front with retro Jaguar livery here.
It is now, if I can just quickly do some rapid research into that while you continue to wax lyrical.
Oh, mate, certainly not. I'm not hydrated enough to delve into said commentary magic. But I believe this might be a...
There we go. The Thunder Retro livery is based off the 1985 Jaguars racing at Bathurst, the JRA cars.
Yes, rather iconic. We did absolutely mess that up, RIP. Look, fantastic looking car. Beautifully set on that car, no social hate.
And then we've got the Castrol-inspired zero-turn Corvettes of Mountain Goat and Captain Muffin.
Yep, 99, early 2000s inspired livery, that one. An absolute icon of them going head-to-head against the DJR Shell Helix Fords at the time.
And then we've got, right behind on track is the retro all-season livery of CP Motorsports of Ajish, the man to beat tonight.
An absolute icon. CP the world, mate.
And then we've got my boy Lenosis going against the grain at APR, and he's come out with his own livery here tonight. He's gone with the Vortex inspired. Now I believe that's a Russell Ingall car, correct me if I'm wrong.
This is an Enforcer livery. So him and his teammate have channeled their inner Stone Brothers livery, Ricky Bobby, repping Marcus Ambrose's livery. Look, I'm a bit of an Enforcer fan. I love this thing. I absolutely love it. It's iconic. And if we remember correctly, this is the livery that him and Mark Scaife went and towed up at Eastern Creek, if I'm correct.
Now I'm just having a look at Tim Durags from Blacklight, and I don't think he's got the memo about applying the retro livery. So he's got the conventional Blacklight livery, the TMR systems, on the car tonight. So I think his team owner, Mr. Gooddock, might be having a bit of a word with him over the radio, saying, "Oi, I spent the money to paint the car, bloody use it." And we've got the Jamco Racing entry of Sneaky Steve-O, currently sitting P2 in the championship. Jamco also doing the CP and Hooncorp method of retro liveries, and just being retro the whole season. Then we've got the boss filling in for GTR tonight. He did get the memo about the Blacklight retro livery, which is inspired by the Craig Lowndes Holden Commodore livery, number 15.
Oh, you're on the game now, mate. You're ahead of the game. Look, this is a rather iconic livery as the times start coming through. Mountain Goat with a 202.6 set the pace here tonight.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Look, that's very rapid. as Geesh and Sways have decided to slot it into the pit. So obviously deciding that that lap was no good. So we'll try again. And you're right, I am out of time. But you were incorrect about the livery on Mr. Ricky Bobby. He's going with our Pertec inspired livery.
Yeah, I think you'll find that Marcus Ambrose ran this livery in conjunction with Russell Ingall's Vortex livery back in, I think it was 04? 03, 04?
I'm going to take your word for that because my VA supercar knowledge is next to none. I'm going off what I've got written down in front of me.
A little known fact, I have this very model car in RC form in my house at the moment. I love this thing. I was a massive Marcus Ambrose fan, so...
Yeah, you are correct.
I'm fanboying hard.
It definitely is an Ambrose-inspired livery.
Yep. But we've missed a guy. We have missed the BSR liveries.
That is correct, and he's currently sitting at P2 on the grid. He is none other than the BSR team owner himself, Mr. Brocky. Now, I have got this written down somewhere. It is inspired by the Peter Brock Holden Tirana Holden dealer team.
Yes, back when they ran straight sixes. Way back in the day. Way too old for my capabilities.
Yes.
But an absolute iconic livery. Absolute iconic.
Six-cylinder Tirana is best Tirana, and I will die on that hill.
Oh, I'll come join you. An absolute icon of Australian motor racing, and rather ironic that Brocky himself is running a Brocky livery.
Channeling everything he can get his hands on. Now, who have we not covered? We haven't covered. There he is, Mr. Ebolk, the Symmetry Motorsports driver in the the all-season-long hyperdrive livery. And of
Mr.
course,
Project.
Yes, the stand-in for Dale Teeks. He's running the red version of the Shell Helix Dick Johnson Racing livery, as his team owner was running the yellow version. I can't make up my mind which one I prefer. I think they are both quite lovely, and I'm going to leave it at that. And then we've got the other BSR driver of Sways, currently sitting in 13th. Not setting an indicative lap as of yet, but at the moment, Young Mountain Goat is on the top step.
Look, I think Sways, he was part of a group that's come in on the first out lap, then gone round and pitted, put a fresh set of boots on, got the fuel down, and he's now proceeding to send it to the moon.
And I think in that group is Geesh, who is currently 3/10 purple as he comes down the mountain, getting a little bit of loose there through the cutting. Almost clips that outside wall.
Some people definitely choosing to steer it with the rear. Well and truly here tonight. Things to look out for. Wind direction is going to severely impact the guys during the race tonight. So if that changes, there's going to be some drastic variations in speeds down the Conrod here tonight.
Just keeping an eye on Geesh as he is using all of the track because he has paid for all of the track and he used every bit of it and then some. As he's going to come down across the finish line now. Can he knock Mountain Goat off the top step? Yes, he does, and drops a 202.9. Holy shit. I can't say that word yet because we're still well off 9 o'clock, but wow. That is absolutely nuts. Wow.
Yeah, certainly the way that the rear of that car was dancing around down the bottom of the hill. Was talking to him before we came live about potentially just changing up the way he was shifting downhill. Maybe just try and eke out a few more seconds here and there. Of course, with the tuning, you can tune your gear ratios and whatnot, so you can tune the gearbox to suit the track and the way you play your downhill going through the S's. It looks like he's found something and he's made that thing well and truly slide with the rear.
Mountain Goat is a couple of tenths down on his best time at the moment. See how Brocky's tracking. Currently in third as he comes over Brock's skyline. Oh, he's also 2 tenths down. His teammate Sways also a little bit down on his best time, but he's currently in P4. Looking very good for BSR. 2 guys in the top 5, as well as Zero Turn. Currently have both their drivers in the top 5 with Captain Muffin 2 tenths up on his best time. He gets a really good run through this final sector. He might just be able to... Someone's off in the grass there. That's not good.
Yeah, Mountain Goat's just ejected himself out of the way.
He's happy to settle for second on the grid, one might say.
Yeah, I'd say he's pretty happy. Settle for second.
How's Muffin going to go here? Can he knock Sways off fourth? No, he can't. Just dropped a little bit of time there. Oh, there, here we go. Oh, Sneaky Stevo does a sneaky. Bangs it into P3 at the absolute dying second. Tim Durags comes home with a P8. Wow. Wow, talk about a clutch lap there from Sneaky Stevo. Gets the job done as we just wait for the timer to run down.
Black Project comes across the line. Doesn't go any faster. Looks like he's had a bit of a mare of a lap. We've got Boss still coming around to finish his final lap. Looks like he's also had a bit of a mare.
The good
crosses the line.
Good Doc's just chimed into the chat. I don't think he's particularly impressed as a team owner that his driver's got the wrong paint job on the car. Might be an interesting Blacklight team radio session right now. I wish I could tune into that one.
There's his driver is the fly and Good Doc is the fly swatter. Good luck with that. There's who have we got? Still out on track. Earbulk. Oh, there we go.
Alright, as our timer has finally run down, we can take a quick recap of the results here tonight. If I can find the right button. Thanks to Adelaide Ceramic Coatings. On the front row of the grid is Mr. Geesh from CP Motorsports with an absolutely blistering 202.513. Just a tenth and a bit behind with a also equally astonishing time is words are hard. Is Mr. Mountain Goat in the Zero Turn Corvette. On the second row of the grid is Sneaky Stevo, being very sneaky indeed and getting himself there at the last minute for the Jamco Racing in the Jaguar E-Type, joined by Mr. Brocky in the BSR AMG. Had been a very quiet qualifying session, but doing a bloody great job. Just gonna cheer my own teammate on here is Mr. Luscious Lenosis getting into P5, if you don't mind. Just getting himself in between the two BSR guys with Sways in P6. Captain Muffin getting slapped down the order a little bit into P7. Joining him is Mr. Tim Durags in 8th. Then we've got Thunder Artsy just outdoing my boy Ricky Bobby for P10. Who's in a Thunder Sandwich at the moment, with Heafy making it into P11. E-Bulk in P12, and rounding out our final row of the grid tonight are our two fill-in drivers from Category 2 in the form of Black Project and The Boss. So maybe they can have their own little private battle down the back there. in advance of Category 2 running next week. 2 weeks from now. Anyway, enough of trying to remember the schedule off the top of my head. Ladies and gentlemen, in the chat, if you could throw in your podium place getters in no particular order, if you wouldn't mind, your top 3. Give us your thoughts on who's going to bring home the chocolates, who's going to have a good night. And what do you say, Mr. Woody? Say we punch that big yellow and purple button and get what I'm sure is going to be an action-packed race underway.
Let's get it underway, mate. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing.
Rightio, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are comfortable. I hope you have snacks. I hope you have drinks, because you are not going to want to go away. Got everybody on the grid, which is always nice to see. It helps with racing, you know, being on the grid. 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights. And the hammer has been dropped. Very, very clean start from the grid. Lots of people try to dive to the inside to get defensive for turn 1. Rocky's having none of it, sending it down the inside of young Godey. Godey saying, nah, you can get stuffed. Look at my Corvette go. Drops the hammer. But the problem is, Geesh has also dropped the hammer, and he's half a second to the goods going up Mountain Straight for the first time.
Yes, importantly, all clean so far. Come through Griffins for the first time. All clean.
Wow, that doesn't happen very
all
often.
Clean.
Oh, Sways is making the moves already for BSR. He is challenging his team owner. He is up into 3rd. Geesh has had a moment. He's down to 4th. What has happened there? Oh dear. Let's have a...
Oh my.
I think he's had a moment coming out of the cutting. Let's see if we can get that on an LJ Media action replay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see what we can come up with. Oh, no, that's happened before the cutting. I think he's had a moment at Griffins. We might have just missed that. I would suspect, if anything, he's probably had a moment on the outer ripple strip at Griffins, and that has caused him to lose quite a bit of ground. So that has that's thrown a spanner in the works.
Yeah, it certainly looked like it was a bit of a costly one too. There was a fair bit of damage on the right front, but damage is light here. Mistakes are forgiven, and he gives the fight another day. But yeah, rather costly. He's lost 3 positions, as you've seen, back down to P4. Really, really loose coming down through Skyline. So hopefully he doesn't overcook the tyres here early. Now he's back in traffic, so recompose himself, fell back into a rhythm. Here, ended lap 1. Long way to go, and head down.
He might have just fallen victim to being a little bit overconfident on some dead cold tyres. But he is our championship leader for a reason, so don't count him out just yet. There's 1 lap in 90 minutes, so we're in for, I'd say, 42 to 43 laps. So, yeah, look, he's got plenty of time to make it up. So at the moment, one of our big movers is Sways. He's up into P3. And Sneaky Stevo had a little bit of a moment on lap 1 as well. He's dropped down to P5, or P6 now. Captain Muffin has got the move done up Mountain Straight.
Ricky Bobby's had a moment towards the end of the lap as well. He's way off the back. Something has drastically gone wrong. Doesn't appear to be any signs of visible damage, so not sure if he's gone off maybe at the last corner. A little bit damage on the right-hand side, so maybe he's gone and visited barrier.
Possibly, but Sneaky Stevo is now hot on the heels of Captain Muffin, but he can't be eyes just forward, as he, if he looks in his rear vision mirror, he's got the Vortex Cruiser livery of a Luscious Lenosis hot on his heels as well. And I've driven the setup that Lenosis has in that car, and yeah, if you can hang on to it, it's quick.
Are you suggesting your team is working as a team?
Oh my god! Oh! Muffin has just died at the cutting. Oh my goodness, hang on. Sorry.
Oh dear.
Sorry, I was halfway through a mouthful of snacks and holy, right, we need to have a look at that again on the LJ Media action replay. Oh, there is smoke, there is spinning. Oh, Muffin has had a huge crash coming down the mountain. All I can say is thank goodness for ghosting, because that would have been a 6 or 7 car pile up. Oh my goodness, that has all gone off. Alright. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, Mr. Zero Turn team owner.
Look, Muffin's overstepped the steering from the rear. He steered too much from the rear. And, yeah, look, mountain giveth and the mountain taketh. Yeah,
Speaking of
is what it is.
Speaking of the mountain giveth and taketh.
Oh,
mountain
Brocky.
Goaty Brocky side by side into Griffins. Yeah, turn 2. Let's go with that.
Oh, and now Brocky and G side by side.
No, that... Oh, yeah. So Brocky's lost a lot of ground there after that little incident with Goaty being very defensive.
Yeah, and that's allowed Sways to now go through and now put the pressure onto Castrol Goaty.
You've just swapped one BSR driver for another. Not really sure if that's the swap you want to make.
Look, he's being a sponge at the moment. He's absorbing the pressure. Long way to go. Quite a vigorous amount of pressure that's being applied early. So, yeah, look, let's see what happens.
So these guys, the top 4, Goaty, Sways, Brocky and Geesh, have kind of just skipped away a little bit from the rest of the pack, which is now being led by my boy Lenosis in P5. He's managed to get himself past Sneaky Stevo. In amongst all the chaos of Captain Muffin unaliving himself coming down the hill.
Tim DeRags clears E-Bulk at the end of Conrad. Nice little position swap for P10 and 11.
Captain Muffin currently in P12. And yes, Ricky Bobby has had a bit of a mare on these opening laps.
Yes, considering how far off the rear he was, starting lap 2, he's made up bucket loads of ground. Bucket loads. So he's just 2.5 seconds off the back of Boss. Probably not a bad spot to be. In a bit of clear air. Head down. Regathering his thoughts, get himself back into a tempo, and look, long race ahead. We're not even 10 minutes in, so composure is the name. Persistence, consistency, and look, I'm sure Ricky Bobby, as he's proven throughout the season, he's high up in the championship for a reason, so not panic. Let's see what he can produce.
Not even 10 minutes into the race and I'm screaming already. What else can this race bring us tonight? Just checking back into the YouTube chat.
The top 4 are well and truly on. They are line astern at the moment, but looks like the Corvette is holding its own on the straights.
This top 4 look to be in a bit of a league of their own at the moment, to be honest. Boys, here we go. Geesh is pulling up alongside Brocky coming down Conrad. Brocky's going to make him go the long way around. Geesh has thought, nah, stuff that. Not this time, thank you.
Yep, Brocky's covered it off. Geesh looking for the crisscross. He's put Brocky in an awkward spot.
Some great racing here. No, he's backed out of it. Just wants to concentrate on getting a great entry out of Murray's.
Oh, but he's got a poor exit out of the last corner. G's thinking about it, decides better of it.
Might be Brocky acting a little bit of a tail gunner here for his teammate, Sways, who's hot on the heels of Goaty. He's going defensive up the mountain. That Corvette has certainly got the legs over the Mercedes. Alright, I can catch my breath a little bit. A little less mayhem. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Alright, so this top four, they have, well, they've got 2.5 seconds over Lenosis, who is also being joined by, well, he's got 2.7 seconds up on Artie, who's managed to get himself past Sneaky Stevo as well. So poor Stevo, after starting in third, after just 4 laps, he's found himself back down into P7. So qualifying going fantastically, but the race not as good so far. But it is going to be a long night, well, longer than usual, so still plenty of time for strategy and patience to pay off.
Oh, Jace has pulled alongside and he's just going past Brocky down Conrad at the moment. Brocky trying to get a slipstream off his teammate and is pulling back through. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the team game.
Yeah, got to feel a little bit sorry for G Shear. It's a 2 versus 1 at the moment.
Long road ahead, long road ahead. Just, we'll just quietly allude that there's a little bit of strategy going on here in the opening phase of this race. I'm not going to give too much away, but there's a couple on a softer compound tyre at the moment.
We will get into that APR tyre and fuel aid date very, very shortly, but not just yet. We're going to make you wait just a little bit more because we can. When you've got Carbon Boy and Woody in the comms box, yeah, we're going to be a little bit cruel. But you've got to be cruel to be kind, as they say, so just think of it this way, we're being kind.
There are some unhappy cars coming through turn 2. Certainly, there's a few guys that were complaining about single pegging. I know fellow Bogans.
I think it was one of your drivers that was complaining about the single peg.
Yep, look, may have been one of my drivers, but looking at the field, there's a couple that are single pegging. May have actually contributed to some of the incidents that have happened here tonight. Yeah, there's a bit of single pegging, bit of drifting. It's going to be interesting to see how that affects the tyre wear throughout the race. Long race. But that's going to ultimately affect all the thermal deg. So some corners, you might have a car, and then the next lap with the thermal deg, it's probably not going to have much. You keep driving it like that. Yeah.
Just going to jump on board coming down Conrad right now, jumping on board with Artsy, because he was purple coming over the top of the mountain, so he's not purple anymore, but he still is up on his best time.
Just quickly, Tim DeRagsnight is going to go from bad to worse. He's had an incident somewhere, looks like lap 4. He is now off the back of the field, 7 seconds off the back of Boss. Damage on the front left. Not sure what's happened, but not good. Angry TO, and now off the back of the field.
Well, I guess on the upside, he hasn't trashed the new livery. He's only trashed the old one, so... but yeah, that lap 4 with a 2:23, that is definitely suboptimal. It's going to be a long night ahead for Mr. Tim to try and drag himself back in. Now actually, there's a name that I can't quite locate. So I'm just going to give a quick shout out here to that bloody rotary, Mr. Black Project, currently sitting in P8. Now, did I or did I not say something about this guy punching above his weight? Now I know it's only early days, but considering he started P13, he's made up 5 spots at this point. We know what this guy is like with tyres and fuel. So if he does a 2-stop tonight, I would not be overly surprised.
I don't think he's on for a 2-stop unless he's planning the really alternative strategy on his first stop. We'll save it for the APR tyre and fuel update, mate.
Speaking of which,
teaser out.
halfway through lap 7, we should probably kick off into that now, I think.
Oh, here we go.
Alright, so our tyre and fuel update. Thank you to APR Automotive, kicking off with your boy, a young goatee.
Mountain Goat is on a medium tyre. He is under half fuel at the moment. Fuel for the Corvette, as we've established this season, is rather diabolical. It is alcohol. I know nothing. He's got track position, so that is something to establish. Behind him are the BSR boys. Now, they have opted for a soft tyre, and to be fair, they're also under half fuel. So there will be a crossover point, but the soft tyre for the SLS has not worn as much as I was expecting, certainly. So they're about a 50% worn on the right-hand side, we'll go with. So both are similar, but fuel, Sways has a lot more than Brocky at the moment. Moving back to Jeesh. Jeesh is on a medium tyre. So this fella is sitting back. He is watching these three knock 9 lives out of each other at the moment. He is chilling in the wind. He is keeping calm, keeping cool, waiting for his opportunity to pounce. He's also just under half fuel, but he, being on the medium tyre, he's certainly going to, at some point, excel past these guys on the soft. So with the right-hand side going off, we see Sways now starting to struggle at the top. You'd probably expect to see a bit of understeer over the next couple of laps, with probably a lap, looks like maybe 12, 13 fuel, but might be slightly earlier with the soft tyre. Your boy, Lenocious, P5, medium tyre, has roughly the same fuel as Jeesh, looking rather similar. You can almost say it's a carbon copy, so rinse and repeat. He's looking in a good spot. He's actually closing the gap, I'd say. It's about 4-ish seconds. Goatee's being a bit of a cork in the bottle, I'd say, at the moment. But with him fighting up top, it's helping Lenocious close the gap.
Yep,
He's in a good spot,
Jeesh
I'd
and
say.
Sways were just exchanging positions down Conrod, but Sways has managed to hang on to third for now.
Yes. Moving back. Oh, there's been a change for the lead. Looks like Brocky's gotten into Goatee, and they're now 2 down the front straight. And Sways is your new race leader.
Yes, very rightly interrupting that tyre and fuel update to bring you that action. Change in leadership. Jeesh up into third, Brocky down to fourth, and Mountain Goat taking the lead back.
Yep, the pair of the
Jeesh looks up the inside.
Oh.
Yeah, looked like a little bit of friendly fire from Brocky on his own teammate heading into turn 2. So, frees up Jeesh to now attack Mountain Goat. Good luck. Moving all forward with our tyre and fuel update. Thunder Artsy is sitting really good, though he has been rather brutal on his medium right front. He's about 50%. He has more fuel than Lenocious and everyone else in front. He's been rather kind to his fuel tank, so strategically it could afford him to run further, but don't think he'll run much further with that right-hand front tyre. Sneaky Stevo is sitting in a rather good position. He's been rather kind on his tyres, and he's a little bit less fuel. He's probably around the 30% mark at the moment. He's 9.1 seconds off the lead, so he's thereabouts. He's got clean air, no one around him, in a rhythm. Let's see him see if he can pull off a Dale at St. Croix. Remember, Dale did was rather ambitious and made it pay off. So clear air, nice rhythm. Let's see what he can do with it. But boy, Captain Muffin, he's been rather alcoholic or liberal, as we'll say, with the fuel, under a quarter of a tank. So he is well and truly using it and sending it to the moon, trying to catch back up after his early race mishaps, steering from the rear. Medium tyres are looking all right. It's about 40-ish% on the right-hand side of the car. Look, let's not beat about the bush. He's got a bit to go. Corvette do Corvette things. Let's see what the Muffin Man can pull out, whether he does a Muffin strategy. I'm rather lenient on the strategy that he takes, and as he goes purple first sector, I wouldn't be surprised if I see a soft tyre from him later in the race.
You got to be rather allowing with him, because he has this annoying habit of making it work.
As Juice has said with him, sometimes it just works somehow. It shouldn't work, but it works. So I trust Muffin. Back himself, as do any drivers trying to coach him. Back yourself. Learn to make your decisions. Live by the sword, die by the sword, and see what he can produce. Black Project, P9. Really, really good race from him so far. He is on a soft tyre. He is a quarter tank. So I'd expect him to probably come in the next lap or two. But a good opening stint from him. He's got himself into clear air. He's making it happen. So, look, great start from the fill-in driver. He's doing a fantastic job. Let's see what he can do. Heafy, on a medium tyre, looks to be the best in the field on fuel. And he's in a Jag. Looks like he's going from 2-stop, maybe.
That's something to keep an eye on.
Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how that plays out.
Indeed.
If he can, he's going full-wheel driving in the Jaguar. Not advised.
Yep. Lawnmower mode activated.
But to pull off a strategy like this requires discipline. And so far, so good. He's about 20 seconds off the lead, so he needs to be really self-disciplined over the next several laps, try and maintain that consistency. And hey, if it proves it's the strategy, mate, props to him. Ricky Bobby, he has been liberal with the fuel, also liberal with the front tyre. About 45-ish sort of percent, so compared to some of the front runners who are pushing really hard, Ricky Bobby on the recovery drive, he's doing really well so far.
So he's pushing quite hard to try and make up some lost ground from his earlier mishap.
He has pushed hard, but compared to Heafy in front of him, Heafy has considerably more fuel than Ricky Bobby. So, in order to, unlike some companies these days, in order to make money, you got to spend money. So in order to make some hay while the sun shines, you got to spend a bit of fuel. So Ricky Bobby, he's spending some fuel, he's making gains.
So speaking
long race,
of fuel,
let's see what he can go.
Just in the pits at the moment is the boss. He was in with about not much. So that blacklight car being very, very thirsty in the hands of the boss.
Not good.
And
not
swapping
good.
from the medium to the soft compound, from what I saw. So back to E-Bulk, P12.
E-Bulk has loads of fuel. He has more than the straight of a Muzz at the moment. And look, he's got a medium tyre. He could 6 laps, 7 laps at this point. He's got all the fuel in the universe. As you'll see, Mountain Goat come in, 5 litres, so he's out of fuel. Sways is also in with him on soft tyre. More fuel, so he'll jump him. Yellow flag.
Oh, yellow flag. Hello.
Sneaky Stevo has gone off.
Well, Sneaky Stevo has exited the chat, as we will exit the APR tyre and fuel update. Sorry, we didn't quite get to Tim Durag, so if you could just give us a quick update there, Mr. Woody.
Tim Durag's under a quarter of a tank of fuel. He's got plenty of medium tyre, but it looks like he's more than steering from the rear. He's steering to save his drive here tonight. Look, best of luck. Not good signs, but yeah, good luck to him.
So just looking at the cars on track at the moment, we've got G-Shout in front, followed by Mild Boy Lemnosis, who is actually making up ground on him. Like, that gap was near enough 5 seconds. It's now down to 4.3. So, very solid drive here from Lemnosis tonight. So I'm just going to keep my mouth shut and get the camera off him before the worst thing happens. Got Mr. Artsy P3 with his teammate Heafy in P4, 12 and a bit seconds back down the track. But there is, of course, going to be a pit stop coming from these guys, as we've got Ricky Bobby in P5. So we'll give him a bit of TV time in that spot.
And as expected, Swayze has overtaken Mountain Goat in the pits. He's come out in front of him for I'd say a net race lead at this stage of the race, with a slight fuel advantage over the Corvette. So props to him.
Sways have more fuel than Goat at the moment?
They both completely brimmed the car.
Right, okay, so it was just that fuel disadvantage going into the pits then.
Yes, but important to note, Sways is on a soft tyre, Goat is on a medium tyre, and Brocky's also on a soft tyre. So both the BSR guys opting for a soft tyre strategy here tonight.
Right, there we go. G-Shout and Lemnosis into the pits. Only a 3% fuel difference between the two of them. So, yeah, pretty solid job there from my boy Lemnosis. I'm going to hashtag bias. I've never said I'm not biased. I just try to keep it reasonable.
Look, I think it's important to keep an open mind here, because even it might be a quick transition time through the pits here. These guys that are trying to fuel save at the moment, they'll be trying to bypass the refuel, which will add up in the pits. So these guys that are looking for 3 stops here tonight, if you can save a stop, you might be looking to save 30 to 40 seconds.
Easily 30 to 40 seconds. I'm just going to give a little bit of
Conversely,
TV time here to Artsy while he's P1 on track.
He's doing a fantastic job here, and he's still running in the 6s. That's rather consistent. His fastest lap is only a 2:05.4 at the moment, so he's been consistent. He's running to, I'd almost say, a delta in a day. So if he can extend it, maybe another 2 laps, that'll put him instead to do a 2-stop.
That is definitely a solid idea, I think, for him at this point. I really hope he's contemplating that. And he's got his teammate
Did he come this far?
12 seconds behind him at the moment.
Heafy's better on fuel and tyre.
Right, so Heafy could definitely do a 2-stopper.
Heafy could definitely do a 2-stopper at this point, but he's 12 seconds in a rear. It's quite a deficit.
Difficult to make up when you're driving to a delta. That's assuming he is driving to a delta. So we've got Sneaky Stevo and E-Bulk just coming towards Murray's right now. Are we going to see these guys duck into the pits? Nope. Sneaky Stevo goes around, as does E-Bulk again. Tim Durags
one more lap.
sends it into the pits though. 5% left in the tank.
Steve-O will be in this lap. E-Bulk has got several more laps in him.
Alright, so just checking in, we've got Sways, who's just banged out the fastest lap of a 2:04. No, Brocky has just said stuff you and dropped a 2:04.020. He's like, I'm the team owner, I'm going to be faster, you're not taking that, thank you very much. But Sways is currently running P5, but he is effectively the race leader once the guys in front duck in for a pit stop. But having said that, he's only half a second up on Mountain Goat, who is 3/4 of a second up on Geesh, who does have a very handy 2 seconds to Barocchi, who's currently on track P8. But that 2 seconds does look to be coming down very, very gradually. So Barocchi has jumped Lenosis in that round of pit stops. I think fuel saving might have been a massive contribution to that. Wait, no, Lenosis was not in front of Barocchi before the pit stop, so nope, that's alright. I just had a brain fart. It's alright. Do a brain reset, and we are good to go. So, interestingly, Captain Muffin is only 8 seconds behind Lenosis.
Yeah, Muffin's doing really well. No bias.
Yeah, no,
look,
you're right. I can't fault that logic. Actually, I'm surprised he is where he is. Although, hang on one sec, Artsy is in the pits with 1% left in the tank. So
he has timed it to perfection, and end of lap 14, start of lap 15. So he is right on the cusp of making the 2-stop work.
So yeah, I was just looking at the timer. It's just under 30 minutes. So I mean, a 2-stop is viable as Heafy goes around again. So I would say Team Thunder definitely on for the 2-stop strategy here tonight. So definitely worth keeping an eye on that.
Heafy and E-Bulk are on for the 2-stop, as well as Thunder Artsy. And Sneaky Steve just gets across.
0% in the tank. He is also possibly one for the 2-stop strategy tonight, although I would possibly recommend him be a little more conservative on that next stint, because that's cutting it pretty fine, not gonna lie.
Yeah, hopefully his next stint goes a bit smoother than the opening stint. But look, encouraging signs. Long way to go. Do what he can do. Now, interestingly, Sways hasn't cleared Goatee. Now that he's gotten past him, yes, he's a second out in front, but he hasn't skipped away. As you'd think that he'd spec the way the top 4 were line astern earlier. So maybe Swayze is protecting the soft tyre. It's kind of running it to a delta. Maybe he's doing a brake bias Barry 5 to the rear, protecting the tyres as much as he can.
It's definitely definitely the front right tyre you've got to protect here tonight.
Yes, all the right-hand side being the working tyre. Yeah, gonna have to try and nurse that as much as you can.
Reminiscent, actually, of the previous round at Yas Marina. Once your front right tyre exits the chat, so do your hopes of a decent time, because let me tell you, when you've got no grip on that front corner, it's not pleasant. As we see Heafy into the pits on 1% at the 32-minute mark, so, and E-Bulk as well. So alright, we got a couple of guys running the 2-stop strategy here tonight. We got Team Thunder as well as E-Bulk from Hyperdrive and Sneaky Stevo from Jamco. So a couple of teams opting to run the lesser pit stop strategy here tonight. So I am very, very keen to see how that stacks up.
Yeah, look, these guys are playing the long game. It is a long race. So if they can cut 30-40 seconds out of their race, it'll play them into a good stead long term. So
it can also be quite a mentally draining. Speaking of mentally draining, yes. I've still got the APR tyre and fuel update situation going on, so my apologies everybody for that. Great advertising. Great advertising for our sponsors. Hashtag no bias.
Are you feeling rather drained?
But speaking of draining, it can be quite mentally draining running the alternate strategy in an endurance race like this, because you will you're often quite a distance away from any other cars, so it feels like you're basically just running laps on your own for the majority of the race. So it takes a little bit of extra mental energy to just back yourself and stick to your strategy and be able to just keep running to that number again and again and again.
100%.
Not pay too much attention to the timing boards that tell you that you're 24 seconds behind someone, when, you know, that'll come out into the wash when you do one less pit stop than that guy who's 24 seconds up on you. So it can
100%. And this is where discipline comes into it. Yes, sprint racing, driving 10/10ths is great and all, and blowing the rubber off the rim. But endurance racing is a completely different beast here tonight. Discipline will pay dividends in the long run. Yes, you have the guys up the front setting the pace, but if we look closely, some of them, they are driving to a number. Certainly the BSR guys protecting the soft tyre. As we see Geesh at the moment, he is saving considerable amount of fuel compared to everyone around him. So you drive 9/8 compared to your ultimate pace, a little bit can go a long way.
Well, he's only 1.4 seconds off sways at the moment, so if he can save 6% of fuel, he can jump sways in a pit stop, or at least come out at the same time at him. And 6% fuel save over a 26-ish minute stint. Not exactly a difficult ask, especially for someone of his caliber, as he is basically an extra bumper sticker on the back of that zero-turn Corvette right now, coming across Brocky Skyline. A little bit of Morse code there as well.
Oh, look, Mountain Goat's got his hands full. Our car isn't exactly planted. We are well and truly steering with the rear, but Goaty can handle a little bit of oversteer. He's still in the pocket, 1.5 seconds off the sways, but then proceeds to go to Gapistan over Geesh down the Conrod Straight. So look, it's an ebb and flow race, the Corvette, compared to the trio of SLSs at the front. So yeah, no
so
panic.
clearly the zero turn tune is a loose car is a fast car, and if you can hang on to it through the corners, enjoy it being a missile in a straight line.
Oh.
Seems to be the setup in that car.
We're playing to our strengths, mate. We're not here to...
Yes, that's true. Just if you can hang on to it for that, you know, that little bit over the top of the hill, the rest of the track will be fine.
Yes,
so hang on, I'm just looking at something here. Rocky down to 8th. What's going on there?
Something has gone on with Mr. Brocky, or should I say Mr. Borky. Not sure. Looks like can't see any damage. So maybe he's gone off at the chase. We've missed it, talking absolute bollocks.
His lap times aren't exactly indicative of any.
Oh,
hang
lap
on. There's
17, a 2-minute 30.
Oh, that's bad.
That is very bad.
So there's a lot to unpack here, because currently Captain Muffin back up to P6, Black Project sitting in P7, Brocky down to P8, Ricky Bobby up into P9. Just
under Artsy, P4.
Yeah, on an alternate. Well, we're guessing alternate strategy. Right, there's a lot. There's a lot going on here.
There's a bit of diversion. I would say he's opted to throw the 2-stop out the window with his PlayStation, and he's going for now an ultra aggressive bit on a soft tyre. Send it to the moon and make it happen.
All right,
so gains.
He's so he's got rid of the medium compound and he's thrown a soft on and just said, "Eff it, let's go." Maximum effort.
Soft tyre, not much fuel. Send it to the moon. I like it. It's aggressive. Conversely, he's deviated from the alternative 2-stop, which he could have made if he was prepared to be super committed. Which, look, to be fair, he's now split his team. So if he's still on the 2-stop, whereas he has gone for an aggressive run. So I like that. Now the team has options.
And to his
Let's
credit,
see how that plays out.
He's at least made that call early when it can still work for him. Whereas if he waited, you know, another half a stint or so, it would have just shot himself in the foot and completely ruined his night. Whereas he still has, you know, a decent chance of making this work for a worthwhile result.
Potentially, yes, but look, he hasn't. He's not done well for.
Well,
Let's play that card.
At this point, he's at the craps table. He's rolled the dice, and he's just hoping he doesn't end up with snake eyes.
Yeah, look. Oh, as Mountain Goat is well and truly steering with the rear across the top. Yeah, look. Props to him. He's changed it on the fly. Let's see what he can produce. It's netted him a P4, which is he's made the gains, and it's gone and proven that yes, he's made the long-term first stint, and now he's playing with the big boys. But he's also underfueled compared to them, and he's on a soft tyre which is obliterated off the moon. He's gone. Right, he's going to be pitting earlier.
Sorry, I was just riding on board with Geesh there. Mountain Goat, all sorts of lock-to-lock coming out of Forest Elbow, and just looking at that difference down the straight, Geesh can just do nothing but sit back, and he's in the slipstream, and he's just watching that Corvette walk into the distance. Like, it is mildly depressing until you get to a braking zone, and he just ends up right back where he was.
And that's the beauty of having multiple manufacturers with different configurations and a different way to make power down the straight. We see it's been an SLS trio up the front. Now Brocky's, whatever's happened to him happened. But with these three still up the front, an SLS sandwich, and
Goat! He's dead! Goat's gone! Goat's gone! Oh, we caught that live riding on board. Geesh, he had a front row seat of that, and we will have a look at that on the LJ Media Action replay, if I can find the right bloody button to press, as he has gotten on the power very, very aggressively, and he just a little bit too early. Massive tank slapper, but to his credit, he's managed to keep it pointed in the right direction and come out of it with no damage. So, I mean, full credit to the young Goaty there. I mean, he's done a brilliant job of hanging on to that. I would have done a 720 no scope and ended up in Siberia. So he's still on track. He's still in P3. He's dropped 3.5 seconds behind the top two now, so he's definitely got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, look, it's come at a really, really bad time, because Billy the Kid, he had an tyre advantage over Sways. His tyres are exiting the chat, so he's being a bit of a plug in the bath at the moment, holding up Geesh and Goaty's lost that. It's freed up Geesh, and I would say Geesh would be looking to absolutely send it home, take full, and be looking to make hay past Swayze as soon as he can.
Alright, we've just had an update from the YouTube chat. Well, probably had an update a few minutes ago, but we've been a little bit occupied here. They inform us that Brocky had a moment at Skyline coming down through the S's.
Oh, that's ironic.
Yeah, that's I mean, of all the places to have a moment, that's probably the most ironic.
That's like getting a nice pork roast with no gravy. No good.
Well, channeling his inner Alanis Morissette, isn't that ironic? Don't you think?
Yeah.
And I'm not going to sing on stream. I'm not going to sing on stream. That's not going to happen. You're welcome, ladies and gentlemen, because nobody needs to hear that. Rightio, so
country.
I like all kinds of music, country and western. Right, so back up the front, we've got Sway's AU, very, very much under fire from Geesh, who's now that they've managed to shed the Brocky and the Goat, he can put his head down and give his complete concentration to the other BSR driver in front of him. Now bear in mind we are just under the halfway mark, so there is plenty of time. He does not have to rush this at all. Now kicking back to Artsy in a P4, who has decided to go the aggressive strategy. That might actually come to his detriment, as my boy Lenosis in P5 has managed to drop that gap down to less than 2 seconds.
Yeah. Thunder R2 will be in this lap. His right front tyre is gone. It has left the chat. It's left the taxi and everything sit.
Alright, so Artsy on his mediums managed to do just under 30 minutes, but then on the softs does just under 15 minutes or thereabouts.
Yep. Long term versus short term. Yeah.
Right,
He's
so
now on the Corvette strategy.
people in the chat, pay attention to that tyre difference. Mediums, just under 30 minutes. Softs, about 15.
I would like to point out that Thunder Artsy is also part of the controller gang that I am thoroughly proud of, and I'm proud of to Yes, he is. Controller gang represent. Very good.
I always thought he was a wheel user. Right, okay.
He's a controller. So he's done rather well to get as far as he did with the controller on a set of mediums in his opening stint, and then to abandon them as quickly as what he did.
Well, I gotta say, knowing that now, my respect has just gone up, if anything. Because I always thought he was a wheel user, so yeah, okay.
Mine was up in the clouds and then through the... to go from... look, he's done really well. Let's see how he plays out the rest of the race. He's now maybe a fourth, having now stopped on halfway, so let's see. He's fully... He's on a fresh set of meds. P11.
Fresh set of what?
Fresh set of medium tyres.
There we go. Thank you.
No, he's not on a fresh set of painkillers.
Speaking of meds, Captain Muffin, P5. Not a bad recovery, if you don't mind.
Not bad, but he'll be in this lap.
But still, given that, you know, he kind of 360 no-scoped at about this point on the track, you know, 30 minutes ago, he's done very, very well to get himself back to where he is.
He's done well. Another person that has done really well.
Hold on. We've just had a correction in the chat from Lord Bellrock. Artsy is on a wheel.
He is on a wheel.
He is on a wheel.
My goodness, he needs to... Oh, Swayze, he's going to pit lane. Oh, no.
Wait, what? Hey, ooh.
Swayze's gone on... Oh, no.
Oh, we're going to have to get a replay here. Has Swayze done a muffin?
He has done a muffin.
Oh, my goodness. For those long-term viewers of yours, you will know that a couple of seasons back at the pit entry here at Bathurst, Captain Muffin did a 720 no-scope entry. And we will have a look at the action replay of Swayze. Oh dear. Oh, that's very wide. He is into the... Oh, that is... Alright. Oh, yep. That is not great. I mean, that's not as bad as Muffin's effort a few years back, but that is a less than optimal entry into pit lane. So that is only going to benefit Geesh, and I'm pretty sure there is going to... Oh, and he's got a 3-second penalty just to rub the salt into the wound. Oh my god, that is...
and what that's gone and done is freed up...
I've got a lot of analogies I could make, and it's before 9 o'clock and I can't say any of them. Oh, that's... all I'm going to say is that's got a bloody hurt. I'm leaving it at that. So just quietly,
goes in the wall. Oh no! I think that's a disconnect.
Oh no! Oh,
yep.
Yep.
Oh no!
That is a absolutely terminal failure there from Mountain Goat. Look, I'm just gonna mute Woody's chat for a little bit just to let him get it out of his system. As the zero-turn team owner, I'm sure he's going to be less than happy about that. Oh dear.
Ryan Wood in the supercars today and found out leading the JR trophy with 7 laps until his engine checked out. So look, it is what it is. It's part of motor racing, and
Right.
We'll come back next round, be stronger.
Right, so Brocky having a moment coming down through Skyline. Sway's having an issue entering the pits. Goatee having an unfortunate electronics failure. Hey Geesh, silver platter, race win. You do the math.
Isn't this like St. Croix? We had such a mad race. Thing went empty. I feel like a deja vu.
A little
Here
bit,
again.
yeah. And to be honest, I genuinely think that while Geesh will happily take the win, like who wouldn't? Let's be honest. I genuinely think he's got to be very disappointed at this stage. Like I'm sure he would have loved to have a contest to the checkered flag, whereas given the current sequence of events that have happened, like, yeah, sure, they benefit him greatly, like, they basically delivered him the win on a silver platter. I genuinely think he won't be happy about it. Like, he would have wanted to fight, to race, and to actually have to really work for whatever result he would have gotten out of tonight.
I am not going to count my ducks just yet because strange things have happened before, as you know, and there are still many minutes, and as you know, many things can.
That's true. There's still 39 odd minutes to go. And he is 6 seconds up on Lenosis, who has just pulled into the pits with 2% fuel. And also going to give a little bit of TV time because I'm biased. Going to give a little bit of TV time to my boy Ricky Bobby for being in P3 at the moment. Now, given that he was so far off the back of the pack, given an early mishap, as he comes into the pits now, how much fuel has he got? He's got 6%.
Look, let's do a bit of analysis on Ricky Bobby at the moment. He's been super consistent. He is running to a number now. So, he's now doing a Thunder, what Thunder was doing before they threw the hammer away.
Before Artsy threw it out the window, but let's just keep an eye on Heafy, who's currently in P2, who's in front of Lenosis, who's just come out of the pits.
Heafy is on. He is committed. My man.
He's committed
well
to the old
in the
strat.
pot.
Yep.
He is, and he is being super disciplined. In fact, he's actually gotten faster. 2-3 laps. So maybe he's up in the ante. He's got considerably less fuel now, but he's about 40%, 45%, and he's looking good. Yes, he's 43 odd seconds, but on an alternate strategy, 2-stop, he is sitting good. And with all the chaos that's gone on, he might be on for a top 4, top 5.
He may not get the race win, let's be real, but he can certainly still get himself a spot on the podium at this rate.
Lightning is strange, okay? I'm not going to the win, but Lightning does funny things, and they are heebie-jeebie magic. As Jeez comes into pit lane for his second stop.
Comment in the chat from Revolver45, Swayze channeling Jamie Whincup 2007, missing the pit lane entry.
Oh.
I don't know enough VA Supercars stuff for that reference to make sense to me, but I'll take your word for it, Mr. Revolver.
Well, he hasn't done a pulled umbrella and run. So we'll leave that at that.
All right, so we're
And
just
there's no Xbox Ford Falcons up at the cutting either. Wink,
just
wink,
keeping
nudge,
an
nudge,
eye
guys.
here on Heafy in P2, who is actually. Is he going to take the race lead? I don't think so. I think no. Jish is coming out on a soft.
Soft.
So he wants that fastest lap by the looks of things, I would say. And that fastest lap is currently held by Brocky with a 2:04.020. So get ready, I would say, because Jish is still out in front as Lenosis is bearing down on Heafy at a rapid rate of knots coming up the mountain. Now they're on different strategies, and I'm pretty sure both of them know that. So I wouldn't anticipate. Well, I don't think Heafy's going to hand it to him on a silver platter, but I don't think he's going to make Lenosis work too hard for it either.
Oh, that is ambitious. Props to them both.
Yep. Very. Yep. That kind of situation is where you need a very smart, aware, and willing dance partner to go side by side through that part of the track.
100%. It takes two to tango. If he let him past, wasn't up to fight. He's not in the position to use his head.
Yeah, he knows he's running a different race.
Lenocious, rather ambitious, but certainly being rather aggressive, and took the advantage well and truly, centered, and is now 7 seconds.
The situation was presented to him, and he had to make a split-second decision. Do I send it or do I not? And it worked out for him.
That is situational awareness.
Hang on.
Situationally aware.
Hold up. Speaking of situation, Mr. Tim Durags, P4. How's he doing on tyres and fuel, just quietly?
Is that APR tyre and fuel? Look, he is going to be in. He might come in this lap, maybe, possibly. No,
okay.
He goes round again. Fooled me once. Shame on me.
He is close to a pit stop.
He is well and truly close to a pit stop, as well as D1 drift. He'll be in shortly. I don't know his strategy at this point in time, but he has done wonders after being far off the back somewhere in the universe to now be P4 and 11 with the lead.
Well,
look, he's done well.
We're at the 56 and a bit minute mark. If he can do this lap and then dump it into the pits, he could, if he's conservative, make it to the end.
I see what he is doing. My man, he is doing a strategy I have not seen in a while. He is ballsing it up at the moment. But look, I like what he is doing. We're not going to elaborate on the driving technique that he's doing, because it is secret technology, and I wondered if he was going to do it.
Oh, wait, Sways is
jettisoning.
Wow. What happened there? Did Tim Durags clip the wall, or what was going on?
Nah, Timmy's let him past. Timmy is on a fuel save code round.
Yeah, he's on a lawnmower mode coming down the cutting. Like, what was going on there? Let's have a...
He should have pitted. That's what he should have done.
Oh, so he's quite short on fuel, is what you're saying.
I would say he's running fuel map 6, but also anyone that's a sweat out there, Speedy Tyres did it several years ago. There is a certain technique and a way to go about downshifting. How you brake, you don't downshift until it's in the very low RPMs, and you bang through the gears down to a certain gear, say like second or third, depending on your corner, and then you go out with peak RPM. So Tim's channeling a bit of that. He looks like he... So he's timed it to perfection.
Oh, he's in on the smell of an oily rag. Speaking of early race mishaps, we've got Sneaky Stevo coming through across the line at the moment. P7, now P6, picking up that spot back from Tim Durags.
Yep, both Sneaky Stevo and E-Bulk can go a bit further. Stevo is a bit further in the cut. He's dipped in there out of the sixes, but he's there or thereabouts.
So
now,
Sneaky Stevo and E-Bulk, what do you reckon? They'll be on a soft tyre stint for the after the final stop?
Oh, I don't know about the Jag. The Aston, I'm not sure, but certainly with fuel, probably wouldn't advise a soft tyre the way that it's going with certain cars around here tonight. I'd commit. I'd stay on your strategy. They're committed to what they're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. It's yielding results for them at the moment. Effectively, they've undercut everyone else one stop. So you're looking at 30 to 40 gain net before the end of your race. So keeping it. I'm not going to say they're working as a team. If they're in the same chat, they're doing really, really well here at the moment. They've been really, really close to each other so far. So, mate, keep going, back yourself, and screw the soft tyre. Don't worry about it.
Oh, we just have, I'm just riding on, going back to Geesh there. I wanted to see how he was travelling, and we're probably going to see that fastest lap just get smashed, and we do. It's a 202.9. He previously set a 203.3 fastest lap, and he's just dropped the hammer with a 202.9. Thank you very much, he says. So, get stuffed, everyone, says Geesh. But I'm also going to give a little bit of TV time to Lenosis, who is currently P2.
He is P2, and let's let everyone in a APR tyre and fuel secret. They're both on the same tyre and the same fuel. Identical.
As in Lenosis and Geesh.
Yep, both on the same tyre and both on identical fuel.
Wow.
So this is net. This is net fight at the moment.
Right, so it's 9.4 seconds, which, yeah, look, that's a lot of work to do in 29 minutes, especially against Geesh. That's yeah, look, that's a tough ask. But speaking of tough asks, Heafy, currently sitting in P3, and that's net.
This is net, but he'll be stopping. Well, I dare say at the end of this lap,
I would
sent it
say
to the moon
on a 2-stop, and we've just ticked over the 1 hour and 1 minute mark. Definitely, he'd be wanting to come in this lap.
He's abandoned the 2-stop. Remember, he's a trader. He's abandoned the 2-stop.
No, that was Artsy.
Oh,
Heafy.
that's right. That's the teammate swap strategy.
Yep.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, there's a bit of flashing going on from Heafy saying, boss, you'll get lapped. And boss does the right thing, steps aside.
His fellow Jag brethren.
That's good to see the fill-in drivers tonight are very aware of what's going on. Speaking of fill-in drivers, Black Project sitting in P10. Absolutely bloody commendable effort, I gotta say. As Heafy is indeed into the pits at the end of lap 29.
Yes. Now he will be looking to come home. This is his final stop. Looking to send it to home. Only 18 seconds off. Done a fantastic job so far. I would still say he's on for a P4, P5 here tonight, or at least the top 5 result. Let's see how this plays out, Cotton. Alternatively, the top 3, they are net.
Yep.
So
I am
Geesh,
looking at Swayze at the moment.
Yes.
And
Swayze is a bit off.
He did have that horrific pit entry earlier on his previous pit stop. So hopefully he's learned from that experience. But he is 9.5 seconds off the back of Lenosis. well, now 10 seconds, so maybe Lenosis has him covered. As Jish is nearly 11 seconds up on Lenosis, so probably safe to say, as much as I don't want to, because he's my teammate, but pretty sure Jish might just have him covered on pace.
Yeah, Jish isn't mucking around now. He's had enough. In clear air.
Yeah, he's probably having a little bit of fun now. Like on the soft tyre, it's like, how fast can I go without dying?
Well, the SLS is quite capable on conserving its tyres. A few other cars out there. So he's turned it up. Now he's got free air. He's back in the P1. He's now looking to take that advantage and send it.
And he's still dropping fairly consistent mid 203s. Lenosis, however, is in the mid 204s, which, to be honest, yeah, it's second and a half faster than what I can do. So, yep, I can't say anything. I got nothing. Sways. He's had an up and down race, let's be honest. It's not gone 100% perfect, but to be honest, given everything that's happened, he's sitting in P3. If I were him, I would be more than happy. Artsy.
Yeah, whose race has gone perfect at this point?
Really, only one, and he's currently out in front by 11 seconds. Well, actually, even though that
I wouldn't say perfect.
Yeah, no, that's not
exactly.
Perfect. Yep, sorry, I retract that statement. He did have that incident at Griffin's on the lap 1, so... Look, so keeping an eye on Artsy, he's back up into P4, but given that he has abandoned the two-stop strategy, I do feel like he's going to owe us another pit stop in the next 5 minutes or so. And a little bit of bias available for you there, Woody. Your boy, Captain Muffin, P5.
P5, for once, not alcoholic with the fuel. On a medium tyre compared to Sways, Lenosis and Jish on a soft.
I think his main concern,
also net.
I think his main concern is Brocky 7/10 behind him.
Yeah, look, of all the people in the world to have bowled you, Brocky is not the one I would pick. He is ruthless and aggressive, but he's on a soft tyre that is more worn than Muffin's medium. So, look, I'd think that Brocky would probably work with him over the next couple of laps. Probably pit a bit earlier to get an undercut to get a boy Captain Muffin, just to avoid the on-track conflict.
Yeah, that Corvette down the straight compared to the Mercedes, it's Gap City, basically.
Oh, it's Gapistan. Yes. Welcome to Gapistan, guys. No replacement for displacement.
Yeah, it's not a good feeling when you're sitting in. You get a better exit. You're sitting in the guy's slipstream, and he still disappears into the distance. It's borderline depressing.
Yeah, and from the top of the straight, now he's coming through turn. And it's difference down the straight and through that last to the first sector. So that shows you a little bit of what Corvette is capable of. Certainly in straight line performance. He ekes out another 2/10 on the straight. So it's clearly the Corvette is Gapistan on the straights, but struggles around over the top. So yeah, I don't see Brocky fighting too much over the top, and being on a worn soft tyre. He'll be certainly pitting in the next couple laps.
The other driver I wanted to just check in on. Okay, so noted, Ricky Bobby, P7. Yeah, buddy. Black Project P8, there he is. Heafy, P9. The guy on the two-stop strat. Currently sitting P9.
Heafy is underfueled.
Wait, what?
Heafy has chucked 75, 80 litres in. So...
Well, he's got 22 minutes to go.
I'm sure he has done the maths, and he is backing himself to the hill. I am backing him to the hill at the moment. I think at this stage he's net 2 positions up, starting position.
How's Black Project and Ricky Bobby looking for fuel in front of him?
Black Project he'll be in the next 3 laps.
Okay, so he's definitely not making it to the end.
Yep. And who's the other? Ricky Bobby. Ricky Bobby. Pardon me, fairly gas. Ricky Bobby, he's about 42% fuel and a reasonably good set of medium tyres. So he's fairly good. He's got a fair bit more in him.
40% fuel to do 21 minutes. Ooh.
No.
Yeah, nah. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Unless he's got like cylinder deactivation on that Jag that I don't have. As Black Project, Black Project is in the pits. He's come in with 15%. He's like, I've done the math. Just pull the pin now. But to be honest, a P8 running 2 groups above where you normally race, mate, holy. Yeah.
It's after 9 o'clock.
Oh, that's a...
Look.
He has
done a fantastic job.
He's had a rough night though. That is a broken headlight on that Mercedes, and last time I checked, that's a couple of $1,000s for that headlight. So, yeah, the plumber's going to have a bit of a repair bill after this week, but that's all right. So, jumping back, the gap between Geesh and my boy Lenosis has unfortunately extended out to 15 and a bit seconds. So, yeah, look, I think the race win for Geesh is a bit of a foregone conclusion. However, oh wait, Lenosis is into the pits. He is pulling the pin now. He's getting it done. He is 10 and a bit seconds up on Sways, who is also into the pits, following suit. So keep an eye on that gap. We'll see how it is. And Artie...
Oh, Sways is in the pit wall!
Are you serious?
Again.
Oh no!
In the pit wall!
Oh my goodness! I'm sorry to do this to you, Swayze, but we are going to have a look at that on the LG Media Action replay. Oh, he's done it again. McCain, you've done it again. Oh wow, he has not practiced that pit entry at all. So I know I give a lot of stick to Captain Muffin for his 720 no-scope a couple of seasons ago. He at least learned. Swayze has unfortunately not learned. So, yeah, look, Muffin, you're off the hook and Swayze is on it. Wow. That's
no comment. No further comment. I feel for Swayze, right?
Yeah,
he must be absolutely furious. Give me the same colour as that.
Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of sympathy going out to him. But at the same time, I've kind of got to give him a little bit of stick about it. Come on.
Yeah. Look, yep.
Now watch me crash going into pit lane on my race in a week or two's time.
I'll be sure to remind you. Jeesh is in pits.
And just quietly, Arcee, P2 at the moment.
Yes, but he'll also be in the pit lane this time around. He is on absolutely nothing at all.
Right, so he's 22 seconds up on Lenosis, and I'm just going to call it now, the comeback king, Mr. Ricky Bobby in P4.
Yep. I think he'll have to owe us a stop. He's now a quarter of a tank of fuel.
Yeah, when you said he was on 40% a little while ago, there's like, yeah, nah, he's not making 22 minutes on 40% fuel.
Yes. Whereas Lenosis is net.
Yeah, Lenosis is a P2, a genuine P2 at this point.
As Geesh comes out of pit lane, he's well ahead of Lenosis. So that is the race between P1 and P2 right there. Currently 20 odd seconds. 15 seconds between P1 and P2 with lap traffic.
I mean, if I was within 15 seconds of Geesh after an hour and 13 minutes, I'd be pretty bloody happy.
And Thunder Artsy is 2 seconds behind Ricky Bobby after his stop.
Hold up. And
He is 5.2 seconds ahead of... So this is P3. This is where it stands. And Heathy, a P6.
Yep.
P6.
Sway's a P5. Heafy P6. 5 seconds up on your boy Captain Muffin. And that gap
Thunder.
back to Brocky is 2.3 seconds.
But Thunder have pulled a masterclass strategy here. They were down the back end of the field at the start of this race, and they find themselves in the last P4, P6. Great call.
The alternate strategy being pulled out by Artsy.
A muffin has been played on Muffin. I'll be sure to remind him of that later in the debrief.
Debrief being, what the actual was that?
Oh boy, what a race. What a race.
Revolver 45 in the chat. I'm guessing they are a good mate of Sway's, chiming in the chat when pit walls just jump out in front of you. ...
It certainly wasn't a fine time to lose me, loose wheel. It was the wall jumped out in front of me, loose wheel.
It wasn't a skill issue, it was the wall. Oh, I'm going to regret saying that.
That's as bad as garlic chocolate.
No, it's not. It's not that bad. It's nowhere near
It's
that
not
bad.
that bad.
No.
It's not that bad. Anyway, we'll go for a quick run through the field. 30 minutes to the race here.
Oh, did I? Oh, Jesus God! Oh my God! I've tuned in at the right moment. We have tuned in at the key moment. Geesh has binned it coming down the hill.
He's got rear damage, but importantly, he hasn't lost too much time.
Hang on, let's just check that out on the LJ Media action replay. No, we won't. He's going down Conrod. Never mind. Carry on as you will. As you were. Yeah, he's 15 seconds out in front, he still bins it. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. No one is invincible. Mate. Yep, you get out of your rhythm, you get out of your comfort zone, all of a sudden the mistakes creep in. Or maybe he just wanted to say, hey Mr. Flatstick, this is what you get for not giving us a retro livery. I'm gonna smash up your usual one. And Ricky Bobby is in Ricky Bobby is into the pits. He is in. Yeah, I've got a feeling I'm going to have a great conversation with Flatstick tomorrow. It's fine. It's fine. Ricky Bobby is in the pits. He's getting a fresh set of tyres. I'm guessing he's going to drop the softs on, putting enough fuel in. He is down to P9. possibly P10. Where is he at? Oh, it would be nice if they were matching blacklight liveries. Sorry, good doc. As Ricky Bobby just sends it up the inside of turn 2, as I've had a complete. Oh, Tinterax is in the wall! Oh, that's not gone well. He's tagged the back of Ricky Bobby. He's gotten a little bit sideways and he's put himself into the wall. Oh, there's going to be a lot of angry words coming across the Blacklight team radio right now. As E-Bulk from Hyperdrive Sim Sports in the lone Aston Martin moves himself up into P9. Oh, that's not an optimal line coming down the hill. Now the track limits can be played with, but there is a limit. I would anticipate that Tinterax is going to get that P9 spot back from E-Bulk before the night is done. But let's give a little bit of TV time back to the alternate strategy guy, Mr. Artsy, currently sitting P3. What? And it's 10 minutes to go. Does he have to pit? Right. So he is a genuine P3 at this point. And he's 4 seconds. Well, he was 4 seconds up on Sways, and he's now 4.1. Oh, he's now back to 4. He's 4 seconds up on Sways with 9.5 minutes to go. Right. So right. So conservatively, we have this lap plus 4 more. Alright, I'm just going to call it as it's going to be a 42-lap race for the top 3, 4, 5 drivers. So that means Mr. Swayze needs to drop a second a lap off Artsy to make it happen. It is possible. It'll be bloody difficult, but it is possible.
Difficult? Yes, 100%.
Shit, and I've just realised that I've had you muted for X amount of time, so my apologies.
Mistakes have been made here tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Why does this program just mute things for me? Anyway, so, despite the fact that I may have appeared to be talking to myself for X amount of time, what we're saying is Mr. Artsy needs to keep Mr. Swayze at bay for the next 7.5 minutes. Swayze, however, conversely, needs to make up a second lap. And given that he's just dropped 0.3 of a second in the last sector, I'm not liking his chances.
It's more than that. He's dropped about 7 to 8 tenths in the last half a lap.
Oh, he's
overdriving it.
Smacked the wall in a big way. Going through McPhillamy Park.
Despite the fact that Thunder Artsy had Swayze is overdriving it at the moment, he needs to cool it, be cool, calm, use the slight advantage of the front right. It's only very slight. Be cool, be calm. He has the pace. Bring it back.
So I know I'm going to be very, very biased here. I'm just going to chuck in an early nomination for Driver of the Day, Lenosis.
Oh,
Currently sitting in P2. Like, let's be real. I love you, Lockie, but no one predicted this.
I'm going to sit on the fence. Meanwhile, Heafy has got Muffin and Brocky not too far behind. Brocky and Muffin nearly came to blows before coming on to Conrad.
I was just checking in with Heafy, and then I noticed that there's 1.4 seconds back to this cracking battle with Muffin and Rocky. Who's got the better tyres? Who's got the better fuel out of these two? What's the go there, Woody?
Oh, look, there's a fair bit. Brocky's on softs, but they're a bit more warm. Muffin's on mediums. They're not too bad. Brocky's got more fuel. The Corvette has less. There's...
My level of surprise is 0.
On paper, Rocky should get past him. Muffin is in a Corvette. Good luck. And they are both catching Heafy. Good luck.
Right.
There's multiple combustible elements going on here.
There's
I
a
wouldn't
lot
be
to
surprised
unpack.
if there's shenanigans.
It could end in chaos, is what you're saying.
I would not be surprised as Rocky just brushes the wall coming out of turn 2.
Yeah, Muffin is doing a pretty good job of placing that car in an absolute pain of the arse of a position, let's be real.
The Corvette is wide channel. Me, I make things really, really... And he's doing a fantastic job of using the car, missing it, car positions, to make his Brocky's job really, really, really not ideal at the moment.
Oh.
And both catching Heafy. Is Heafy... Oh, that's coming over the skyline. That's not going to be ideal for him. He's going to have dirty top rest of the rundown. And Muffin is now in the slip. So that Corvette, already being a jet on the straight, is now in slip.
It's getting very, very scrappy here.
Also, just quickly checking in, Swayze has gotten the gap down to 2.5 seconds. He's cooled down, he's calmed it down. Artsy, he's going to be on a smell of an oily rag running home. It's going to be tight. There are a few battles. He's gone to Muff.
There's blood in the water. As Brocky has gotten the pass done. Let's see if we can catch that on our LG Media live action replay. Brocky sends it under brakes, puts it up on the curb, says, Muffin, move. And takes the position, if you don't mind. But Muffin is not one to be left sleeping. Wants to send it around the outside of Griffin's. Nothing doing, there's no room out there.
Yeah, Brocky now putting Muffin back in his place, positioning the car down the inside, defending that position. It's now who can catch Heafy. With 3 minutes to go on the clock, it is on. It is well and truly on.
Honestly, I reckon Heafy's a little bit off the hook here. Oh, as Brocky smacks the wall. That's going to lose him a little bit of time. A little bit wide there. Oh, he's not having a great time across the top of the mountain.
Oh, he is sending it. Heafy is also starting to suffer. He is...
Wow, okay, that gap has come down very, very rapidly. Let's jump on board Brocky here. We've got a front view full of Heafy. We've got a rear view. It's not quite full of Muffin yet, but he is definitely in the slipstream of Heafy. Can he get the move done? If he's not going to get it done this lap, it's going to be the next one.
Bang.
No, it is done. Under brakes. Heafy is just like, yeah, I got nothing. I have nothing to fight back with.
Oh, Muffin in the background gets loose. Oh. They are both not mucking around. These three, it is for sheep moment. Heathy, he's kind of a shot duck in the water at the moment.
Yep, he's running
I
to
would
his
say
number.
this is the final lap.
He's running to his number. He cannot do anything, and I believe you are correct. We have a minute and a half to go on the timer.
G will easily clear.
Yeah, look, Geesh is coming down Conrod Straight now. He's going to get, I reckon he's going to get lap 43. He's going to be the only driver to get lap 43. He's going to get a very well-deserved look at me lap. Because
Thunderarty will be wishing it was. He's only going to get this lap. He is well and truly on the fuel light, and Swayze AU is 1.5 seconds behind him coming on.
And that gap is coming down. There's 2/10 right there. Artsy is just willing the finish line to try and get a little bit closer to him. It's down to 1.3. 1.2. Oh dear. He might just be able to hang on. Can he get it done? Lenosis might just get a look at me lap as well as G. She's going to get across the line in time to spare. He will get lap 43. Thunder Artsy. He's praying for the timer to run out before he hits the finish line. Will he get it done? Finishes in P3. Takes it out. Gets a third spot on the podium with the alternate strategy over Swayze AU, who has had a less than optimal night with the pit lane entry wall. Having multiple rendezvous with that solid object.
He's run out of fuel!
Oh shit!
Oh,
Mr. Brocky
P5, Captain Muck.
P6, Heathy in
Out
an
of fuel.
agonising P7, Ricky Bobby with a bloody amazing comeback, P8. Hold up, E-Bulk, P9, there we go. Mr. Timderags, P10, Sneaky Stevo with a suboptimal night, starting from P3, finishing P11. Black Project finishing up in P12. The Boss in a P13, but the two guys who have managed to weather the storm, the proverbial storm here tonight, is Mr. Geesh from CP Motorsports, also with the fastest lap, flexing just a little with a 202.920. Coming around Murray's right now with a, I reckon it's going to be a bit of a bittersweet victory for him. A little bit of swerve over the line, takes the win tonight, and also with a lot of flashing of the lights. Mr. Lenosis with, look, I know I'm biased, but that was a bloody great drive from him tonight.
Well done to Lenosis. I was like cake loads of stick before the race, but he has done well. Well done to him and the Russell Ingall livery. P2, congratulations.
Yeah, look, as much as we want to hang shit on him, got nothing at this point. I want to, but I got nothing. So, that, ladies and gentlemen, is our Category 1A race run and done. So let's go have a quick recap over those race results while you all fire in your Driver of the Day nominations, if you would be so kind. So thanks to APR Automotive and Adelaide Ceramic Coatings, we have Mr. Distinct Geesh from CP Motorsports on the top step, words are difficult, top step of the podium tonight, with also the fastest lap of a 202.920, which is That's just mental. And joining him on the podium is my boy Lenosis with a second place position and a fastest lap of a 2:03.923. So second off, just to put things in perspective. And a very commendable third place to Thunder Artsy with the alternate strategy. And let's be real, Woody, both you and I wrote him off about halfway through the race. We thought he abandoned the idea, but to be honest, that was a stroke of genius. Like,
he's pulled a masterclass. I'm in fact going to put him as my driver today. He has pulled something out of his hat, and it is gold. It is
100%.
absolute gold.
That is a very commendable performance. He has managed to outdo the BSR driver of Sways, who has not had a good night with a pit lane entry wall. I feel there will be conversations regarding that, but he has managed to beat his team owner, Mr. Brocky, who has finished in a P5, and your boy Captain Muffin, after his early death, shall we say, coming across the mountain to recover and finish in P6. A very, very good effort. P7 occupied by Mr. Heafy on the alternate strategy and has made it work rather well. Also another nomination for driver of the day is my boy Ricky Bobby, finishing in P8 after his early death, resulting him in being a very, very definitive P14. And then we've got in P9 Mr. Ebolk from Hyperdrive Sim Sports. He's a bit of a lap down. We've got Tim Durags from Blacklight in P10. Sneaky Stevo not having having a great night after starting in P3, finishing in P11 from Jamco Racing. Mr. Black Project for Kraken Esports, filling in for Dale Teeks, having a very commendable result, finishing in P12. The Boss from Blacklight filling in for GTR, having a very solid result as well in P13. And unfortunately, Mr. Mountain Goat having a DNF due to a disconnect / massive electronics failure tonight. So definitely suboptimal. Right, so
oh boy,
checking in with the YouTube chat, we will have a look at and see what they are thinking for our driver of the day. So Lord Belrock reckons Artsy or Heafy for driver of the day. Mr. Dobrev reckons Artsy for driver of the day. Wartime is thinking Lenosis for driver of the day. Dadson is throwing in his nomination for Artsy driver of the day. Woody, what are your thoughts?
Artsy. He's been don't mean to do a bit of wordplay, but he's been arsey with his strategy, and he has made it pay off. An absolute extraordinary drive from towards the rear of the grid to come away with a P3. Absolutely extraordinary. Yes, he abandoned his strategy a third of the way through, but he has made it work. He has adapted on the fly, and he's come away with a P3. All the chaos that has gone on, super impressive. Awesome job. Well done. Great job.
And 100%, I have to absolutely agree with that. I'm going to throw my hat in the ring for Artsy being the driver of the day. Well, to be fair, the comms team did kind of write him off a little bit early in the race, saying, "Oh no, you've abandoned your strategy. You may have made a mistake." He has given us both middle fingers, as he has driven himself into a podium position for the race. So, I mean, yeah, he clearly knows better than we do. So, 100%. Driver of the day to Mr. Artsy. Well done, son.
Ah,
Wow, that's been...
that concludes us.
Yeah. Yeah, as much fun as it has been in the comms box tonight, I am certainly looking forward to winding things up for the night, as it has been noticeably over 4 hours for yours truly here in the comms box tonight. So it has been a lot of fun, not gonna lie. So it has definitely not been a chore. But thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in with us tonight and sticking with us for what has been a very, very demanding stream here tonight. Thank you very much both to Laminator and Mr. Woody for being our race directors for this evening. Thank you very much to all the drivers for putting in a solid performance tonight, and thank you very much to everybody who has tuned in to watch tonight and joined into the chat. Looking forward to having you all back with us, I believe, in 2 weeks' time, because we... No, wait. 1 week time? This is probably where I should have the calendar in front of me.
I believe it's Anzac Day next weekend.
Quite possibly, yes. I thought we were a week further down than we were, so I was thinking it was going to be the Mother's Day break. But given that we're still in April, I don't think that's going to be the case. So pretty sure next week we will be back here at Mt Panorama for the Category 2 race, and I'll give you the hot tip. In Category 2A, the guys to watch will of course be the Black Rose Racing guys, as well as that bloody rotary Mr. Black Project. Given that he's had a practice run here tonight and his general race pace as is, yeah, he will be definitely worth keeping an eye on, and I have my work cut out for me. So, Mr. Woody, anything to say before we sign off for the night?
I'd just like to thank everyone. Thank you to all the guys for racing and keeping it clean in the opening lap. Thank you. That certainly makes my job easier. And
we've just had a little bit of microphone cut out there, Woody. So your job was made easier, and then what?
RD and stewarding job a lot easier. Thank you to Discord as well.
Yes, the audio can sometimes leave a little bit to be desired. But that's alright. So, thank you very much everybody who tuned in tonight. If I could find the calendar I would, but I'm just going to go with hopefully you can tune in with us next week for Category 2 here at the mountain. We are not as fast, but we are just as entertaining. So thank you very much. It's been a pleasure as always, and from everyone here at Sector 1, we are signing off. We'll see you in a week's time.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Sector 1. We are here tonight for some Category 1 racing action around the Palisades Village.
Let's go. I wake up to a little bit of drool on my pillow, feel like it's gonna be a bad day. I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit yet, damn ain't that great. I don't wanna go to work, cause my boss is a jerk, and I'm not even that paid. I need a change in my life, cause I don't feel alive, and there's nothing that makes me happy. Hold my beer for a minute, I'm about to quit my job, cash in for a ticket. I'm going on a trip and I don't plan to visit. I'm gonna stay there till I feel like I'm winning all. And this is just the beginning. I need a big change, only feels like living. I need a big swing, home runs I'm hitting, and I'll never look back, moving on till I get it all. And we all got dreams, we all want things. what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? And do you believe you can do anything? But what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be?
Hello everybody, welcome back to Sector 1.
He only goes to 2! Oh my goodness!
Kish went wide.
Oh, he's run wide and goes dead!
Oh my!
Oh no! No! You can't do that!
Just see that steering grip. What that do?
Fuzzy is somehow keeping it on the track surface! The spectacular drive, and he will take his first win in the top flight of Sector 1.